clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world. And in support of the FFA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Thank you. If we all bow our heads for a prayer from Madison Mosley.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, thankful for the opportunity to gather together for this stock show. We thank you for the hard work and dedication that has brought us to this moment. Lord, we ask you for your guidance and protection throughout the day. Bless the hands that have worked so tirelessly to raise these animals, and grant wisdom to those who judge and make decisions. May this event be a time of learning, growth, and community. We pray for safety for all participants and animals, and that the spirit of good sportsmanship and respect fill the atmosphere. May we celebrate the achievements of all involved, recognizing the effort, passion, and commitment it takes to bring these animals and projects to life. Lord, may this event be a success in every way, and may it bring honor to you. Thank you for your provision, your blessings, and your constant love. We ask all this in your name. Amen.
And now we'll have our national anthem by 6-year-old Araceli Salazar.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good job, honey. You did awesome. Thank you so much. Now that's why we start a cattle show. Alessandra Salazar, 6 years old, singing our national anthem. On the west side of our ring, we're going to start, you betcha, give her another round of applause. On the west side of our ring will be our Angus Heifers, and on our east side of the ring, we'll start with our Charolais Heifers.
Second call, Angus, Class 3. Second call, Angus, Class 3. Second call, Charolais, Class 3. Second call, Charolais, Class 3.
Judging our Angus show today on our west side is Ravina Bloomberg. Ravina grew up in a central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for livestock industry led her to Black Hawk East and then the Oklahoma State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams at both and named an All-American on the junior college and university level. She holds a bachelor's degree in ag communications from OSU and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. Ravina has judged major shows in over 25 states as she enjoys spending time evaluating livestock and working with the youth in agriculture. She and her husband, Blake, live in Secor, Illinois, and have 4 children, Brecklin, Brenham, Burrick, and Bexton. Welcome, Ravina. Today on our east side, starting out with the Charolais show today, is Mr. Kyle Perez of Perez Cattle Company in Nara Vista, New Mexico. Kyle graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of the livestock judging team. After graduation, he returned to the family ranch where they run 800 cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Herefords and Angus cattle. They have 2 bull sales a year, selling 200 bulls annually. The spring sale ranch is in New Mexico in February, and the fall sale is in Columbus, Texas in October. They also offer 90-day pregnant reset programs for their customers in both spring and fall transfers. He and his family have shown on the national level and exhibited cattle national champions at Denver, Reno, Fort Worth, Louisville, and Cattlemen's Congress. In 2009, Kyle was named Hereford Herdsman of the Year. He was also served as a junior on the junior board of directors for the Hereford Association and the senior board of directors for the American Hereford Association Board. Kyle has judged shows all over the nation from the country, the elite national shows. Welcome, Kyle.
Dalton Birdwell, Angus, Class 2. Dalton Birdwell, Angus, Class 2. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Final call, Angus, Class 3. Final call, Angus, Class 3. Final call, Charolais, Class 3. Final call, Charolais, Class 3. First call, Charolais, Class 4. First call, Charolais, Class 4. And first call, Angus, Class 4. First call, Angus, Class 4.
No show's complete without a lot of volunteers and help, and I want to really give a big shout out and thank you to Sam Houston State University and the team they brought here today. We'll start with Dr. Marcy Beverly, Dr. Stanley Kelly, and Dr. Mark Anderson, plus all the interns from Sam Houston State University. They're involved in all the unloading, checking in of all the cattle, running the show today, and working the lineup. Without them, we could not do this show. Please give us a big round of applause from Sam Houston State University. Thank you.
Test. Well, good morning, folks. Certainly a pleasure of mine to be back on day 2 and get started in the Charolais division. And we start off in the younger heifer calves here on the Charolais side. And I just think a good place to start with just a really good kind of female here to win the class. She wins this class and does so in terms of feet and leg structure. She's really the one that gets out here and picks them up and puts them down with the most authority. I love this heifer, the amount of mass that she has from her shoulder back. She's opened up in terms of her forerib. She's got a big center body to her. She comes back with some width and dimension to her hip and hind leg. Yet you get underneath this female. She's got some spacing in terms of that teeth size and spacing. But just watch her go there, where she makes a step off that front foot. The hind foot ends up in it. Really nice opened up female to win the class. The heifer in second is the nicest looking, maybe in terms of balance and profile. I appreciate her freshness of body condition. I like that about her. She's attractive up through that front end. Just gets a little narrower right behind the shoulder there and her forerib. Like to give her just a little more spring there if we could. The heifer that comes next is this very functional here.
Second call, Angus, Class 4. Second call, Angus, Class 4. Second call, Charolais, Class 4. Second call, Charolais, Class 4.
Well, really nice way to start off our Angus show over here. I think we got several females that have a lot of quality that you can kind of discuss and figure out what you want to do. For me, the one that I find the most functional in terms of her body type, combining that with some structural integrity, is the young lady on the far end here that I like to use to start. I think this is a really good-bodied kind of a heifer. She's genuine in terms of her width, starting at her base. She maintains that up high. And of my initial so many, I find her the one that's the most correct in terms of the angle to her shoulder. She's good in terms of her reach off both ends. I think this is a really solid, complete kind of a heifer here to win the class. Now, there's some intriguing pieces about the one in second, and if you like them just a little bit stouter and a little bit cooler looking, she's the one for you. I love the way that her neck ties into her shoulder. She's really elevated there. She's got a lot of foot and bone, and I love that extra stoutness. My issue here is when you set them in motion, she gets a little tighter in her spine, wants to kind of come apart just a little bit there behind her shoulder, kind of throws her balance off just a little bit more, and I start questioning her a little bit from a structural standpoint because she wants to get just a little short and quick in that step. But boy, she can paint you a really nice picture from the profile. Young lady does a really nice job getting her shown. Heifer in third is one that she gives up some age, I think, a little bit out here in this class, but when you break them down piece for piece and what this heifer has to offer, she's a really nice heifer. She's one that's super elegant and feminine feminine up front. I love the balance and lines that she gives you from the side. She's one that's good in terms of her mobility. Yep, she gives up just a little bit in terms of power and dimension today, but I think that she's a quality kind of a heifer there to stand in third. Fourth is a big-bodied, broody-made kind of a heifer that I appreciate that sogginess that she represents. She's one, though, again, when we ask them to lead, she's wanting to get just a little bit tighter in the way that she hinges from behind. She's also one that, for me, at this stage, probably has plenty on her from a condition standpoint. Got a heifer coming next here. Another young lady does an exceptional job getting this one shown. She's one that's sure feminine in terms of her appearance. She's one that again, I like her lines and her body type. She's one that's just a little bit coarser in the way that she blends it all together, a bit more upright there in her shoulder. Heifer coming next is another one that's really deep-bodied and high volume. She's a little bit moderate. She's a little bit quicker looking, and as I view her, she's one that's carrying just a little bit more on her as well. Got a nice big-hipped heifer coming next that's got a lot of substance of bone. She narrows up at her chest, and I'd like to change the way she comes out of her knee. Next couple heifers here, again, heifers that you can appreciate some basic pieces and some look, ones that to me just need more shape and dimension to them throughout. And as we work our way on down in this class, I think several of these heifers, again, make nice projects for these young people. They're ones that today just need to be made just a little bit different from a structural standpoint, maybe need just a tick more natural body depth for me. If you would, please congratulate those exhibitors on a nice first class.
Results on our east side in the Charolais heifers, 61 heifers. First in Class 1 goes to Lexi Hughes, 39.43. Second went to 3085 Westland Elliott, and third place went to 81.23 Scarlett Vance.
Final call, Angus, Class 4. Final call, Angus, Class 4. First call, Angus, Class 7. First call, Angus, Class 7. Final call, Charolais, Class 4. Final call, Charolais, Class 4. And first call, Charolais, Class 7. First call, Charolais, Class 7.
On the west side, on our Angus, Class 1, 65 total heifers. First in class, 86.32, Cheyenne McMurray. Second, 87.94, Kinley Bozeman. And in third place was 11.08, Hayden Lee. Congratulations.
Second call, Charolais, Class 7. Second call, Charolais, Class 7. Final call, Brandon Schwab, Charolais Class 4. Final call, Brandon Schwab, Charolais Class 4.
Results in Class 2 of the Charolais on the east side. First went to 41-28, Briley Blackshear. Second went to 66-35, Caitlin Sullivan. And third place went to 86-60, Jordan Campbell. Congratulations.
Out here in terms of presentation, just as we watch this heifer go, we just like to see her more coordinated off those hind two, just relax and drive off those hind legs a little better. Like to see maybe a little more body in her, but again, that's a good heifer. It's been fed well for the show. It's really fresh in terms of body condition.
Another really nice class over here on our Angus side. A heifer that I like to win. I think gets your attention from the gate. She's one that's got a really cool look to her at the stand. One that I appreciate her attractiveness and the extra flash and presence that she offers out here. One that's good-bodied. She's good in terms of her width. She's one, I think, if you're going to nitpick just a little bit, I'd like to change the way she sets down out of her hock. Gets just a little bit more insecure from that standpoint, but still a really good profiling, attractive made kind of a heifer here to win. I think it gets closer from there. To me, the one that I like next best, the young lady's got here in front of me, is a really functional kind of a heifer. She's one that's really big-bodied. I like the way that she's got up her curvature there to her rib cage. She's one that's still feminine, the way that she ties in up front. I'd like to set her down in her tail head just a little bit, especially on the go. She kind of wants to get up in that, throws her balance off just a little bit for me, but still in terms of her basics, I like that heifer quite a bit. In third, I think we got a heifer here that she's got some width. There's some power to this heifer when you get right in behind her. I wish that that power I see up high matched what she goes to the ground with, as she gets a little smaller footed, a little finer boned, and a little plainer from that standpoint, but that's still a nice heifer there in third. Young man in fourth has a big, high-performing kind of a heifer, one that you appreciate that about her. I think her advantages, especially over the next couple, is her composition. She is so good in terms of being relatively trim, but still having some shape and some dimension when you get in behind her. She's just a little bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together. She wants to get a little harder there behind her shoulder, in through her heart, a little off in her top line. Young man coming next there with a heifer is one that, again, I like the broodiness that she offers through her center body, but one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look, a little bit off in terms of her hip. And the heifer that's going to round out the class is one that, again, a young lady does a nice job with her out here. She's one that's got a lot of body volume, but I appreciate that about her. She's a little bit finer boned, a little bit narrower all the way through. Just like to power her up just a little bit from a stoutness standpoint. If you would, congratulate those exhibitors.
Final call, Charolais Class 7. Final call, Charolais Class 7. First call, Charolais Class 8. First call, Charolais Class 8. Second call, Angus Class 7. Second call, Angus Class 7.
Updates on the east side in the Charolais ring. Class 2 goes as followed. First went to 41-28, Briley Blackshear. Second goes to 8660, Jordan Campbell. And third goes to 1506, Kaysen Yargo. In Class 3 of the Charolais, first place went to Jet Mahoney, and second place went to entry 3944, Harris Kelly. On the Angus side, on the west side of our ring, Class 2, as follows. First goes to 46-12, Brax Frederick. Second place went to 83-91, Sophia Webb. And third place goes to 56-79, Kaylee Shaw. Congratulations.
Final call, Angus Class 7. Final call, Angus Class 7. First call, Angus Class 8. First call, Angus Class 8.
Nice class over here. I like this class winner. I like both of them on the top end of this class, actually. A young lady that's driving out my class winner here. Just a real elegant, trendy maid kind of a female. One that I love her look up front and how high she ties in there to the point of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her structure and still one that gives you a nice picture from a profile. She's wide at her pins, and I call her enough in terms of her width and power. Just a real complete kind of a heifer there to win the class. Real bold-bodied kind of a female that's going to come in second here. One that you really appreciate, that extra dimension and volume that she has there. To me, she's one that's just a little bit plainer as we start comparing her back to the class winner. A little shorter in her neck, a little more upright in her shoulder, goes to the ground on just a little smaller foot, but still I think there's so much more dimension, so much true width in that female. That keeps her in second pretty logically for me. Third place is a heifer that, again, I like some parts and pieces here. She's one that looks like a lady up front. She's good in in terms of her mobility. She's a little bit plainer all the way through. She's a little more open there in her shoulder. Like to tuck that into her just a little bit nicer. Heifer that's coming next here, that's spinning around on us, is a stout featured kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate the bone that she has. She's one that's carrying just a little bit more on her. I'd like to trim her back from a condition standpoint, and at the same time, she's one that also wants to get just a little up in her shoulder, a little off in her hip as well. And we got some heifers here as we work on down in the class. Young lady that's pulling out here has got another good high volume kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate that about her. She's another one I'd like to add just a notch more true width and power all the way through. Heifer coming next that's spinning around is one that's, again, a big bodied kind of a female that could be trimmed back just a little bit from a condition standpoint. I think that'd help her get out and travel with a bit more flexibility as well. And the young man that's going to round out the class has a heifer with some extra length and extension. She just needs more total body volume for me to want to work up any higher. Nice class. Congratulations.
Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Charolais, Class 8. Second
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Results in Class 4, the Charolais side. First goes to 75-68, Sophie Bradshaw. Second goes to 47-21, Randon Schwab. And third place goes to 42-67, Samantha Malman. Now coming in is the calf champion drive on the Charolais side of the ring. Again, calf champion and reserve calf champion on the Charolais side.
Nice place to start here on this class. Young lady brings us a real functional maid, kind of a female. One that of the initial three, in my opinion, she's the winner when you set them in motion. She's the one that can really gravitate the ground and move out with some flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. I appreciate that. She's still one that's got some shape and power when you get in behind her, yet looks feminine. If we're going to nitpick her on her little, I'd like to level her out in her hip just a little bit, maybe add just a notch more extension to her up front. But still, I think a heifer that's got so many good pieces from a basic standpoint, she needs to win the class. And then I think you got a pair of heifers that are intriguing. There's some pieces to both of these that I really like, and a couple things that maybe we could change at this point in time. Young man does a really nice job getting this heifer shown. She's one that's super attractive. She's one that's really cool in terms of her look. I like the body volume that she represents and the evenness in terms of the shape that she has. She's very dimensional all the way through. She goes to the ground with some bone and some substance. My problem here, and where I question her just a little bit, is when we ask the cattle to lead, she wants to kind of get out of herself up front. She's a bit more insecure in the way that she handles herself out of her hock, and then when she comes to a stand, until he gets that stick on her, she kind of shows her true colors and really wants to get out in her front end in terms of her toe set. But still, I think one that gives you an awful cool look. Definitely got some pieces you could breed around and be pretty happy with. Heifer in third is one that, another one. She's a little bit higher performing than the two heifers we just talked about, but one that gives you some extra length, one that gives you some body depth and some volume throughout. She's a little piecier in the way that she puts it all together. A little bolder in her shoulder, a little tighter in her forerib there. Doesn't quite blend together as nice a top line as we'd like to see. She's just a little bit plainer in her look up front as well. Heifer in fourth is a good solid maid, kind of a brood cow, one that's opened up in terms of her structural base, one that to me is just a little bit finer boned. She's a little bit flatter in terms of her shape, and I think if we could give her just a notch more true dimension all the way through, she's one that you could really like as well. Heifer coming next here is one that gives you some length up front. I appreciate her ladylike appearance. She's a little skinnier, a little greener for us today, but that's okay. I don't mind that. I actually appreciate her condition that she comes to us in. She just needs more true width, more true honest shape when you get right in behind her. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she's one that's got good body volume. I'd just like to change her just a bit from a structure standpoint, make her a bit more attractive on a profile.
Nope.
On the Charolais side is On our Angus side of the ring, results Class 4. First went to 50-39 Ainsley Sears. Second went to 75-65 Hunter Miller. And third went to 38-73 Madison Mays. On our Angus side, we're now in for calf and reserve calf champion.
Final call, Charolais, Class 8. Final call, Charolais, Class 8. First call, Charolais, Class 9. First call, Charolais, Class 9. And first call, Charolais, Class 10. First call, Charolais, Class 10. Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 8. And first call, Angus, Class 9. First call, Angus, Class 9.
Really nice first division here on our Angus side. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors that are out here in the ring. It's a competitive show, and these kids can definitely be proud of making it back out here, whether they stood first or second within their respected classes. And as I go back through and I analyze these cattle as they come back in, it's not to take away from those that stood second in these classes, but I think it comes down to a few of them that are on this side that were class winners in here in terms of the differences that they offer and what I think really represents the quality that I'm looking for today. Just to kind of recap a few things, a class winner out of Class 1 is one that's really good in terms of her general build. I like her basics. I like her with the skeleton. I like the extra shape that she has up high. Really good from that standpoint. A heifer that came out of the second class is one that's sure flashy and good looking from the side. I love her presence out here. She looks like a show heifer, and at the same time, she's got some extra substance in terms of bone work. She's big-footed. She's maybe not as wide-pinned as a couple of the others, but I think call her more than enough in terms of her shape when you get right in on top of the cattle, and I love that extra body volume that you see in her. Heifer out of the third class is one that's so feminine and so attractive. She won that class because she was good in terms of her build. She maybe doesn't fit in with a few of the others out here in terms of total power, but I think that she's one that's definitely got a bright future to her because she's so attractive and made really, really well. Heifer out of the last class is one that we talk about in terms of body volume and density, and I love that about her. She's a big hipped kind of a heifer that's got some shape up high. She's not as long or extended up front. She's a bit more moderate, and when we ask him to go, although I call her very, very sound, she does want to duck her hip just a little bit and get a little underneath herself, but still a really high quality stout made kind of a heifer there to win that class. I think it gets close between a couple of these. When I get down to it, the one that I'm really drawn to, I liked from the gate, young man out of the second class here, going to be your champion. I like this heifer here to be reserved. Congratulations.
Final call, Angus, Class 8. Final call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 9. Second call, Angus, Class 9. Second call, Charolais, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Charolais, Classes 9 and 10.
Results on the Charolais side. Our heifer calf champion came out of Class 4, 75-68, Sophie Bradshaw. And the reserve heifer calf champion came out of Class 1, Lexi Hughes, in entry number 3943. Congratulations to our Charolais exhibitors.
Final call, Charolais, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Charolais, classes 9 and 10. First call, Charolais, class 13. First call, Charolais, class 13.
On our Angus side of the ring, our Heifer KF champion went to Class 2 winner Brax Fredericks in entry 46-12. And our reserve Heifer KF champion went to Class 1 winner Shannon McMurray, number 86-32. Congratulations to our Heifer KF and reserve Heifer KF champion on our Angus side.
Just a little too much for me in terms of WDA performance today.
Nice heifer over here to win. The young lady has on this far side one that's nice looking, looks like a female, one that's attractive and well built, yet at the same time within the class, she's the one that's also the power heifer in terms of the extra width and shape that she has. I like the spread that she has on the top side of her skeleton. It matches what you see at her base. Just a good kind of a heifer there to win the class. Heifer in second, I like her added moderation. I like her big body look that she gives you. She's one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look as we compare her back to the class winner. She's also just a little bit straighter in terms of her shoulder. I'd like to see her with more actual bone underneath her to add to some substance. The heifer that's going to be in third out here, boy, she's one that ties really high under her shoulder. She gives you an awful cool look in terms of her front end. She's one that's just a little bit narrower in terms of her construction all the way through. I think if we could just open her up in terms of her base width and dimension, boy, she's one that could rival up towards the top of the class. Heifer coming next, the young man has a good solid kind of a heifer here in terms of her basics. I like the rib cage that's designed in this heifer. She too needs to have just a bit more in terms of true shape and power. And when we set the cattle in motion, she wants to get just a bit more awkward in the way that she handles herself out of her hip and hind leg. Heifer is coming next here is one that, again, I appreciate her depth of body and the added bone work that she has. To me, she's just a little bit awkward in the way that she sets them down, a little bit plainer in terms of her look. Heifer's going to round out the class is another one. She's got some pieces I appreciate. Her design and levelness of pattern is actually better than a couple of them in the class. To me, she's just a little bit plainer, a little finer, and a little narrower all the way through.
Final call, Angus, Class 9. Final call, Angus, Class 9. First call, Angus, Class 10. First call, Angus, Class 10. Second call, Charolais, Class 13. Second call, Charolais, Class 13.
Results in Class 7 on the Charolais side. First in class went to 8411, Georgia Godet. Second went to entry number 473, Wyatt Art. And third went to entry 3911, Ariana Anthony. Congratulations. Class 7 results on the Angus side go as follow. First went to 2999, Riley Goen. Second went to entry 1469, Whitney Buenling. And third went to entry number 6934, Catherine Coing. Congratulations.
Final call, Charolais, Class 13. Final call, Charolais, Class 13. First call, Charolais, Class 14. First call, Charolais, Class 14. Second call, Angus, Class 10. Second call, Angus, Class 10.
Results on the Charolais side in Class 8. 5 in the class. First goes to entry 6605, Emily Flo. Second place goes to 4326, Emma Harden. And third goes to 1504, Briley Yargo. Congratulations.
Final call, Angus, Class 10. Final call, Angus, Class 10. First call, Angus, Class 14. First call, Angus, Class 14. Second call, Charolais, Class 14. Second call, Charolais, Class 14. And first call, Charolais, Class 15. First call, Charolais, Class 15.
Class 9 on our Charolais side. First goes to 8410 Georgia Godot, and second goes to 4970 John Doyle. Congratulations.
Well, this is what makes cattle showing fun, when you can get a class like this and have this much quality on the top end and get to kind of pick apart the differences. It makes my job fun. It makes it challenging, but it makes it fun. And with that said, with as much quality as there is not much question in my mind with where to start. I think this heifer on the top end of this is really, really good. I think that she's one that is impressive from a profile. I love the way that she blends everything together so nicely, so feminine in terms of her look, yet broody in terms of her center body, and yet just as importantly, when she's leading out, she is so good in terms of her structural base. I love the extra integrity she offers from that standpoint. Awesome place to start on the end of this class. Now, if you got some preference that maybe you line these next three up in a little different order, I think that's okay, because I think they're all three really good heifers, but they're all three very, very different in terms of what they offer out here. And I will be the first to admit that I think the heifer in second is just a little bit on the big side, for me anyway. I wish we could moderate her down just a tick. But aside from that, she's the next best in terms of her mobility. She's the next best in terms of true compositional, being genuine from that standpoint. I like that she's a little bit fresher in terms of her look. I like that she's got some added stoutness out of her hip. She's proportional in terms of her body depth, and she's a big-footed, stout-featured kind of a heifer that has some added substance to her. Heifer in third is one that I love the body type and the volume that's represented here. She's wide base. She maintains that advantage up high. I love that extra shape and dimension that she has to offer. I question her just a little bit when we set them in motion. She gets a little bit shorter in terms of that step. She gets just a little bit out in terms of that hock, and as we start projecting them from a future standpoint, that concerns me just a little bit more. Like to stick that into her just a little bit, give her a bit more stability in the way that she hinges and goes from behind, but still I love the body type and the cowiness that one represents. Heifer in fourth, by God, golly, she's one that from a profile standpoint, I like her look. I like her body type. I like her front end. I like the way that she blends everything. She's proportional. She's well balanced, but she's a bit two-dimensional. I get off either end of her skeleton. She wants to narrow up and flatten just a little bit more for me. And in a very competitive class like that, it just works to her disadvantage from my aspect, kind of sorted her down to fourth. And then from there, we got some differences. Young man coming next here, another really opened up, big-bodied kind of a heifer, runs into a competitive class that when we set him in motion, she gets a little bit awkward in the way that she handles herself from behind. She's carrying just a little bit more on her, which adds to her chest, kind of throws her look off just a little bit for me. Young man coming next, got another one in terms of volume and utility look in terms of her center body. I like that heifer. I like her straightness of lines and her levelness in terms of her design. A little more upright in terms of her shoulder, a little flatter in terms of her shape all the way through. Ever coming next is the one that's probably got just a little bit more genuine width. She's a little bit wider in terms of her pin set, a little more tubular in the way that she's put together. Like to see more natural body volume in her. Some of the same sentiments can be said about some of the others that we have following. I like this heifer's basic look and her femininity. She needs more stoutness. She needs more upper curvature to her rib. Heifer that's going to come next here is another one. I like her presence out here. I wish she was just a little bit wider and stouter when I get right in behind her. Heifer that's going to round out the class is another one. Again, I appreciate her condition in the sense that she's fairly trim. I wish she had just a little bit more natural body depth, especially as I analyze her back there through her rear rib and flank. Really nice class. Congratulations.
Second call, Angus, class 14. Second call, Angus, class 14. First call, Angus, class 15. First call, Angus, class 15. Final call, Charolais, class 14. Final call, Charolais, class 14. And first call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results in Class 8 on the Angus side go as follows. 63-19, Wyatt DeBerry, first place. Second goes to 96-94, J.C. Collins. And third goes to 72-81, Kylie Byler. Congratulations.
Nice class here. Heifer I like to lead off is one that's just so good in terms of her build. I like her openness of skeleton. I like the added shape that she has when you get in behind her. She's a stout-featured kind of a heifer that's big-footed and really robust in terms of her body shape. And just a really nice kind of heifer there to start the class. There's a lot of things about this female in second that I like too. I like her basic look. I like her lines. I like her symmetry. She's a little bit plainer in terms of her look up front. She's got just a little more more chest on her today. I think you trim that back, and boy, it gets really close up there on top because she is really attractive and flashy in terms of her look. Heifer in third here that we got is one, she's really open in terms of her rib cage. I like that added volume that she has. I like the udder development that we're starting to see here. She's a little tighter in the way that she wants to handle herself out of her hip, gets just a more insecure as she handles herself out of her hock. And then the heifer that's going to round out the class here is one that, again, I like her basics. I like her with the skeleton. I wish she was just a little bit more opened up at the top side there as she comes into her rib cage. Wish she was just a little bit more attractive as you view her through her front end.
Results on our Charolais side from Class 10. First went to 39-42, Lexi Hughes. Second went to 94-24, Noah Silvas. And third goes to 742, Hannah Dalton. Currently in on our Charolais side is our Junior Champion Drive. Our Junior Champion Drive is in on the Charolais side.
Well, another nice heifer over here to lead off this class. One that's just really good in terms of her kind. I like her structural advantages that she has when you ask the cattle to lead. She's so good off both ends of her skeleton, yet at the same time she's attractive. It looks like a show heifer out here, good in terms of her body type. Nice female there to win. Heifer in second is one that's sure broody. I like the center to body dimension that we see in this heifer. I like the advancement that we see in terms of her udder development. She's a little finer boned, a little plainer in terms of her look, and as the cattle go, she wants to kind of get underneath herself just a little bit more, but a nice female there in second. Third is a heifer that, again, you like the condition that she's brought to us in. She gives you some extra length and extension. I appreciate that. She's a little more closed up all the way through. I'd like to widen her at her, starting at her chest. I'd like to see her stouter out of her pins as well. Heifer that's going to come next here is one, again, you appreciate the body type. She's got some extra volume, and I love to see that, but she goes to the ground just a little bit finer, and that matches kind of what you see with her. To me, she just needs to be stouter and more dimensional all the way through. Heifer that's going to round out the class is one that is stouter featured. She's got a bigger foot and bigger legs that she's built on, but she's piecier and tighter in the way that that's all constructed. She wants to kind of get up in her spine and up in her tail head. She doesn't want to blend together quite as nicely or stay as fluid in terms of her movement.
Angus, Class 14, Abigail Cohen. Angus, Class 14, Abigail Cohen. Please make your way to the arena. Final call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results on our Angus side, Class 9. First goes to 62-19, Trista Lehman. Second goes to 43-58, Abigail Snoddy. And third goes to 64-46, William Blake Landers. In Class 10 of Angus, first goes to 10-61, Hadley Howe. Second went to 54-35, Aniston Bray. And third goes to 31-17, Layla Cox. Congratulations.
First call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Hereford, Class 1. First call, Hereford, Class 1.
Well, what a fun division we got over here on the Angus side. If you're excited about these kids and these heifers in the ring, if you would, put your hands together for them. It's a really nice lineup over here. Starting with our first class, that was one that I really liked, this heifer, in terms of her basics, and she's still one when she gets out here. You have to consider her in this lineup because I think she's so good in terms of her body type, yet so attractive and good looking up front. She is the nicest necked, nicest fronted heifer that we have out here, and the way that she ties in, she's elegant and thin in her neck set, but yet extended, and I love the way that transitions then into her shoulder and back into her forerib. Just a really nice kind of a heifer. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown. Heifer out of that second class, that was a competitive class, and this is a good heifer. This is one that, in my opinion, is made so nice from the profile. She looks like a show heifer. She looks like a donor cow. She looks like one that's going to be in contention. You watch them travel. She's so good in terms of her structural base and the amount of flexibility that she has off both ends. Yet there's some stoutness to this heifer, and she's deceiving in that way. She's good in terms of her bone work. You analyze her up high. There's shape and width to her. She's maybe just a little flatter as you analyze her there through her lower quarter, but in terms of genuine width, I think there's plenty there. And because she's a little fresher in terms of her condition, I think that what you see is what you get. She's so genuine from that standpoint. I like that heifer a great deal. Heifer out of the third class is one that's really good in terms of her body depth. I like the added volume that she has. She's another one that's really extended there up front. In this lineup, she's maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of her look, but that's getting nitpicky on one that I think is really offers you a lot of basics and a lot of breeding pieces that you could sure breed around. And the young lady that wins our last class here, this is one I just talked about in terms of being so good at the ground, and she still is out here. I think that's definitely an advantage that she has in terms of the way that she sets down up front, her toe set there, she's toes true, she's one that follows through with her length of stride, still attractive enough from a profile. There's times I'd like to set her down in her tail head just a little bit, but still I think that she's a nice heifer. She's one that's got the basic pieces there. Is she as broad and opened up as a couple of them? Maybe not, but I think that what you see is what you get, and she's one that's so good from a cow standpoint, she's got to be in the mix as well. Our respected seconds were really nice females too, reflecting back within their classes. Some of those classes are more competitive than others, but I think all of these seconds are really nice heifers that deserve to be out here too for the amount of quality and merit that they offer. To me, I think there's a couple of them that really hit me hard in terms of being my kind, the kind of heifers that I like, combining those functional traits with those elite show ring presence and extras. Young man, you're going to be my champion. Little lady, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Second call, Angus class. Second call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Limousin, classes 1 and 2. First call, Limousin, classes 1 and 2. And second call, Hereford, class 1. Second call, Hereford, class 1. Final call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Please make your way to the arena.
Really nice class winner over here. I tell you what, young lady, whether it's you or you got some help at home, getting one managed to be a big one like this and still be that attractive and that good in terms of their composition. This is a nice female. This is one that's good in terms of her structure. I like her look from the side and the balance that she has from that standpoint. Yet she's got plenty of stoutness to her, good-bodied, really nice place to start on this end of this class. And we got some choices to make. The one that I like next best is a female that's already in production. She's already doing her job out here. Got a nice high-performing calf at side. She gives up just a little bit in terms of look and presence out here to our class winner, but the basics are there, and she's one that's got some substance of bone underneath her. She's still got the right kind of body type even after having her calf. Still has that look that I like to see from a profile, and I think she sorts herself over third in my opinion because she's just so much better in terms of her mobility. Heifer that's going to be in third out here is one that can paint you a nice picture. Young man does a really nice job getting her presented for us. She's a stout featured kind of a heifer, one that's wide in terms of her pin set and stout out of her hip. When you set them in motion, she starts to come apart just a little bit more. She wants to get a little off in her top line and tighten her heart. She's a little bit tighter in the way that she handles herself from behind. Heifer that's going to come next here is one that another high volume kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate her extra base of width, with the base, but one that to me is just a little flatter in the way that she's put together all the way through. A little flatter in terms of her heart, a little flatter out through her hip. Just like to stouten her up. And we got another pair out here, another female that's already in production. I appreciate that. She's another one that's good in terms of flexibility. She needs just a little bit more to her in terms of true width and dimension. Like to see more natural body volume in that heifer as well. And we got a female to close the class here that is dimensional through the center portion of her body. She wants to flatten a little bit more out of her hip. She's a little plainer in terms of her look, a little shorter in terms of her step.
Final call, Hereford, Class 1. Final call, Hereford, Class 1. First call, Hereford, Class 2. First call, Hereford, Class 2. Second call, Limousin, Classes 1 and 2. Second call, Limousin, Classes 1 and 2. First call, Limousin, Classes 3 and 4. First call, Limousin, Classes 3 and 4.
Well, a really nice single entry over here on our Angus side. Definitely a female that I can appreciate in terms of her look. I love the balance that this cow gives you. She's one that's stout-hipped. She's one that's got some substance underneath her and some base width. I like the body volume that's represented here, and I like this calf at side. She's put a lot into this calf, and that's a nice one. She could toe just a little bit truer up front, but we're getting nitpicky on one that's already doing her job and doing it quite well. A really nice single entry. Congratulations.
Second call, Hereford, Class 2. Second call, Hereford, Class 2.
Angus side of the ring, our junior champion, Class 8, Wyatt Dewberry, entry 6319. Our reserve junior champion was Catherine Cohen, and entry number 6934. In Class 14, it goes as follows. First goes to 6937 Abigail Koenig. Second goes to entry 9423 Aspen Glick. And third goes to 6455 Tate Landers. In Class 15 on the Angus side, first went to 7855 Olivia Wortham. Now coming in on our Angus side will be Grand Champion Angus Female.
On the Charolais side, Hereford here that's a little over, and we get into these senior yearlings, and really at that point, I really like to see a calf inside. I mean, encourage you guys that have these senior calls. They've really got to have a goal of slamming those things as close as we can to 2 years old or shortly after that. And I understand that the senior show cycle, you want to keep them together and make it all the way around. But it's different when you're talking about a March, April heifer doing that, still having a bred when it's still March, April. But these falls, when we get to April, I mean, we can see a coupon every side. Besides that, I like the fact that the heifer is sound. She's long, she's level, she's correct. Like to tidy up that other quality if we could, and it's like to see a calf already beside her.
Class 13 on our Charolais side goes as follows. First goes to entry 1928 Avery Hunt. Second place goes to entry 7483 Summer Jackson. And third goes to entry 4126 Haley Polson. In a Class 14 on the Charolais side, first place went to Sophie Bradshaw. Second place went to Liliana Vasquez. And third place went to number 69 Samuel Whalen. In Class 15 single entry, first place went to Chase Goodwin. Now we're entering on our Charolais side. Should be our senior champion heifer.
Well, another nice division. If you would, put your hands together for these exhibitors out here. A nice trio of females that I think represent a lot of quality and a lot of good. First class winner was one that, really hits me hard in terms of having those extras. Extras being everything that you want to see from a show ring presence. She's got look. She's got balance. She's got those wow factors that as a judge makes it fun to evaluate her. Yet from a function standpoint, she's really good. She's good at the ground. She's good in terms of her body depth and her rib and the extra dimension that she has. I like that female quite a bit. The pair that stood second to her in class, this is a heifer or a cow now that is doing a really nice job. You can tell that she's one that's attractive. She's well built. She's putting a lot into a high performing calf at side. I appreciate that pair a great deal as well. And then our last class that I just talked about, here's a female that's so attractive and so good looking. I like her lines. I like her balance. I like the extra stoutness that she's built on. And I like the calf at side. She's doing a really nice job there. I think it's a nice lineup that we have out here. To me, there's just one that overpowers them in terms of all those extras. I like the Class 1 winner to be your champion. We'll follow it up with Class 2 to be reserved.
Kyrol Prihota, please make your way to the back gate to pick up your ribbon. Kyrol Prihota, please make your way to the back gate to pick up your ribbon.
Entering the ring on our Charolais side is our senior champions division, senior champion division on the Charolais.
Final call, Hereford, Class 2. Final call, Hereford, Class 2. First call, Hereford, Class 3. First call, Hereford, Class 3. Second call, Hereford, Class 3. Second call, Hereford, Class 3.
Well, what a fun Angus show we've had here this morning. If you're ringside, put your hands together for these kids out here and then the ones that have already left. It's been a fun show. You know, as an evaluator, you know, when you get called to judge a show, there'll be quality, and I knew that the Angus cattle down here would definitely be full of quality. I'm an Angus girl at heart. It's what I grew up with, and it's what I still have a passion for, and so anytime that we get a chance for my daughter to get an Angus heifer and be able to drag one through in competition, that's always near and dear to me. I like to see good Angus cattle. I like to evaluate them, and this has been fun for me here this morning. Sorting through these different divisions, you know, I think they've kind of fallen together to really replicate what I like in high-quality females. You know, starting with Division 1 and all the way through the last division, I like females to look like high-quality future donors. I want them to look like ones that are hard to make, ones that are expensive, ones that are going to generate something from a profitability standpoint for those young people, and ones that from a functional aspect are built right, look good, and combine all of that into a complete kind of a package and as fault-free as you can make them. And I think that all three of these division winners do that, and I think that there's parts and pieces of all these division reserves that rival some of these in different areas. So my compliments to these young people for that, because I think that this is an exceptional lineup. These breeders and these exhibitors should definitely be proud of what they brought out here to the Angus show. Division 1, you know, that was a division that I loved in terms of the quality that was represented. There was a lot of numbers in that division. There was a lot of good ones. You know, I landed on these two as being my favorite, and I get them back out here, and I'm still impressed with the look that they give, the quality that they represent, the structural base that they're built on. They're good cattle. And Division 2 comes in, and then I'm even, you know, further impressed with the quality that ran deep in that division. You know, there was a wide age range there, and we got a little heifer here in the middle that I think is made so nice. She's so impeccable in terms of her look on the profile. I love the body type that she represents and how she blends so nice from her shoulder back into her forerib, and then complements that when you set them in motion. She's so good at the ground in terms of her mobility, that added flex that she has off both ends. I like that heifer a great deal. In Division 3, maybe we didn't have the numbers, but the quality didn't deviate at all. This Division 3 winner is one that in terms of making a big bred that's got this much to her in terms of power, in terms of body, in terms of look, and yet at the same time is so correct in terms of her composition. The management on this heifer was impeccable because she's so trim in her condition, yet she's got so much shape that you have to appreciate this heifer from that standpoint, and still good at the ground. She's showing an udder underneath her. I like to see that, and yet at the same time, she's just a high quality female. The reserves in those divisions, awesome. Awesome cattle all the way through. There's a couple of them out here that I really, really like. They're my speed. I wish my kids owned them. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of these two exhibitors. If you would, please put your hands together one more time for our Angus show we've had here this morning.
We've concluded our Angus show, and our Angus show, our overall grand champion heifer was 69.37. It was also our senior champion heifer, Abigail Koenig, and our reserve grand champion female was 63.19, Wyatt DeBerry. Congratulations to our Angus exhibitors.
Final call, Hereford, Class 3. Final call, Hereford, Class 3. First call, Hereford, Class 4. First call, Hereford, Class 4. Second call, Limousin, Classes 3 and 4. Second call, Limousin, Classes 3 and 4.
Catching up on our Charolais side, our senior champion went to out of Class 13, Avery Hunt, 1928. And our reserve senior champion, Heifer, came out of Class 14, Sophie Bradshaw, showing entry 75.67. Our grand champion overall, Charolais Heifer, came out of Class 10, Lexi Hughes, entry number 39.42. And our reserve grand champion came out of Class 9, Georgia Godot, out of entry number 84.10. Congratulations to our Charolais exhibitors.
Well, as we start our Hereford show over here, I like this class winner. I think that she's one that's made right. She's attractive. She comes in the right rig in terms of her condition today. I think that she's one that just blends so many good things together, yet she's appropriate in terms of her structure. Just a nice female there to win the class, and she does so pretty handily, in my opinion. Heifer that's going to end up in second out here is one that I like her body type. I like her extra length and extension. She's a little bit plainer than the Heifer I just talked about. She's a little more upright in her shoulder, but there's so much more to her from a width and a power standpoint that keeps her in that second place spot for me. Heifer in third, I think, has got a bright future to her. You know, she gives up a lot today in terms of weight per day of age, but at the same time, I think there's pieces of this one that's flashy and good looking and be a fun project for that young lady. Next one that we got coming here is a little bigger bodied. I appreciate that about her. I just wish we could open her up just a little bit from a width perspective. She gets a little narrow at her chest, a little flatter when you step in behind her. The young heifer that we got in class is one that I think is made nice. I think she's one that gives you some extension. She's good in terms of her structure. She's long strided and true moving. She just needs time. She needs time and feed. She gives up a lot today and in terms of dimension, but that's a nice made kind of a female. The one we got coming next, I like the robust body type that she represents. Just like to change her structurally. She gets too straight for me up front. She's too tight and restricted in the way she handles herself out of her hip and hind leg. Then we got a heifer coming next here that's bolder in terms of her center body. She too's a little tight in terms of her movement. She's also a little flatter in the way that she's put together. And the heifer that's going to round out the class is one that, again, I appreciate the volume that she offers. Just like to change her construction a little bit. She's a little lower fronted, a little deeper in her chest, a little rounder out of her hip.
Final call, Limousin, classes 3 and 4. Final call, Limousin, classes 3 and 4. First call, Limousin, class 7. First call, Limousin, class 7. Do you want a second on yours? Second call, Hereford, class 4. Second call, Hereford, class 4. Second call, Limousin, Class 7. Second call, Limousin, Class 7. Final call, Hereford Class 4. Final call, Hereford Class 4. First call, Hereford Class 7. First call, Hereford Class 7. Ella Isabel from Limousin, Class 4. Ella Isabel from Limousin, Class 4. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Nice class winner here. I think this is a competitive class and a little challenging at times, maybe to kind of sort these differences because there is some vast changes in terms of condition. We got a lot of differences in terms of shape and power, but I like this heifer here to win. I think that she's one that's so good in terms of her look. I like how everything blends. She's good at the ground, and I think that's where she further solidifies herself in that top spot for me is because she's so correct in terms of her movement. Heifer that's going to be in second. You know, she gives up a lot today. She's a little greener. She's a little, doesn't quite have as much to her today in terms of shape and power, but I like her basic kind. I think she's elegant in terms of her neck. I think she's the right kind of body type. She's good in terms of her structure, and I appreciate that. I think these two heifers coming next have some give and take, and depending on where you lay your priorities, that's kind of how you sort them. To me, the young man's heifer is just a notch more genuine all the way through. As she's a little bit smoother there through her shoulder, and as she backs into her forerib, I like the added body depth and volume that she offers as well. Young lady's heifer probably has more upper shape, probably a little stouter out of her hip, but my question on her when we ask them to lead, she gets just a little bit more open up front in terms of her shoulder and her front leg placement. She's tighter in the way that she handles herself from behind. Heifer coming next is one that can give you a good look on a profile. You set the cattle in motion, and she gets pretty short and quick in terms of her step. Like to roll her shoulder back in her just a little bit, make her a little looser constructed in the way that she handles herself from behind. Young man's got a really big-bodied kind of a heifer coming next. I appreciate that. She's a little bit on the moderate side, and that's okay. But to me, she's just caught a little bit too much on her from a condition standpoint, and when you get in behind her, doesn't really match up quite as nicely in terms of true width all the way through, a little plainer in terms of her look. Young lady that's next in the ring there's got another one that gives you a nice extended front end. She too needs just a notch more body volume and power. And then the heifer that's going to round out the class, it has got some pieces that you can appreciate. She just needs to blend it together in a little nicer, more eye-appealing kind of package.
Heifers out here on the Limousin.
On our limousine side, catching up from Class 1. First goes to 184 Paisley King. Second goes to 9100 Danica Daughtry. And third goes to 6975 Killian Scott Fuller. In Class 2, there was a single entry. First went to 4982 Blake Morrow. In the third class of limousines, first went to entry 1036 Brigham DeBoer. Second goes to 2866 Casey Parrish, and third went to entry 3860 Audrey Edwards. Congratulations on our limousine exhibitors.
Final call, limousine class 7. Final call, limousine class 7. First call, limousine classes 8, 9, and 10. First call, limousine classes 8, 9, and 10. Second call, Hereford class 7. Second call, Hereford class 7.
On our Hereford side, both horned and polled. First class, 8 in the class. First goes to 9046 Peyton Alexandria. Second place goes to entry 2969 Raleigh Hollis. And third place goes to entry 183 Presley Turner. In Class 2 on the horned and polled side, first went to 3955 Brighton Muir. And second went to 9138 Mackenzie McCullough. And third goes to 4715 Mason Roeder. Congratulations to our Hereford breeders. On our limousine side, results for Class 4 go as followed. Entry 185, Paisley King goes first. Second goes to 6761, Ella Isabel. Coming in now in our limousine, we'll be picking our calf and reserve calf champion. Calf and reserve calf champion on our limousines.
Good pair heifers on the top end of this class. I have some trade-offs back and forth. Young man's heifer that doesn't want to lead out very good is going to be your class winner out here. I think when this heifer actually collects herself and pulls herself together, she's the well-balanced one that we have in the lineup that still blends together some functional traits. I like the body type that's represented here. When she does want to lead and she gets out and moves, she's correct in terms of her angles. She's good in terms of her step. I like that heifer to win. There's a lot of things about this heifer in second that I like. She's probably a little denser, a little stouter in terms of her feature, but she's also just a little coarser in the way that she puts it all together. She's a little bolder in her shoulder, a little tighter there in her forerib, and collectively just throws her look off maybe just a little bit when we compare her back to my class winner. And what heifer that's going to be in third is one that I like her added extension, her levelness of kind. She's a little bit off in terms of her look in the sense that she's a little deeper in her chest than she is back there at her flank. Just like to balance her up just a little bit more from a profile aspect to move her on up as well. Young lady's going to be fourth out here. Has got a high performing kind of a heifer that ties in high to her shoulder. To me, I'd like to change this heifer structurally. She gets a little off in terms of her front end, a little straight in that shoulder. She's tight and quick in terms of her movement from behind. Just like to make her more flexible, more correct in terms of her angles. Heifer that's going to come next is another one that I appreciate her basics. She has an advantage over the heifer we just talked about in terms of being longer and truer in terms of her step, but she's also a little bit plainer in terms of her look. She's a little more off balance, a little narrower when you get right in behind her as well. And then the heifer that's going to close the class is another one I appreciate her length of neck. She's one that to me is a little greener today, and that's okay, but she kind of finds herself down in the class for me as she's pretty tight in terms of her mobility. She's also a little flat and narrow when you step in behind them.
Final call, Hereford Class 7. Final call, Hereford Class 7. First call, Hereford Class 8. First call, Hereford Class 8. Second call, Limousine Classes 8, 9, and 10. Second call, Limousine Classes 8, 9, and 10. Hannah Wages from Limousin Class 7. Hannah Wages from Limousin Class 7. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Results in Limousin Class 4. First went to Paisley King. Second went to Ella Isabel.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Results on the Hereford side in Class 3 are as follows. First goes to 78-17, Bentley Kuzmic. Second goes to entry 78-20, Easton Kuzmic. And third goes to entry 2297, Kaylee Edwards. Congratulations, Kylie Edwards. Currently on our Limousin side, heifers coming in are for calf and reserve calf champion.
Final call, Limousin, Class 10. Final call, Limousin, Class 10. First call, Limousin, Class 13. First call, Limousin, Class 13.
Results of Class 3 on our Horned and Pole Hereford side. First went to 78-20, Easton Kuzmic. Second went to 22-97, Kylie Edwards. And third went to 77-57, Cheyenne Feller. Congratulations.
Good class here. Lots of differences, but a lot of quality at the same time. Heifer that I like to go ahead and lead off the class with that the young man has here is one that I think is just so good in terms of her basics. She's practical in terms of her look, yet at the same time she's got some stoutness. She still has some femininity. I like those things about her. Now there's times that I wish she was laid down just a little bit more in terms of her tail head, level out her hip just a little bit, and I think that would allow her to reach just a little bit better from behind on the go, but still I like her presence and her look out here, and that's what keeps her at the forefront for me. Heifer that's going to be in second, I think there's definitely some differences between second and third. I like the extra power that we have in the heifer in second. You step in behind the cattle, there's so much more to her in terms of the top side of her skeleton. She's stouter out of her hip. She goes to the ground with more substance. I like those things about this heifer. She's a little bit more extended from her shoulder forward as well. I wish she matched up right there behind her blade with a little more punch. She gets just a little bit dry there in her forerib. I wish she had a little bit more lower body as well. Heifer that's going to be in third, she does have that center body dimension and extras that I would like to see. She has the advantage from that standpoint. I also like the way that she's laid in there in terms of her front end and how she gets out and travels. To me, she's a little bit narrow. When you step off either end of her skeleton, she wants to get just a little bit off in terms of her hip as well. Heifer that's going to be fourth out here, young man does a nice job getting her shown. That's a long stride, a good moving kind of a heifer that's just a little bit plainer all the way through. She's a little open in her shoulder, a little piecier in the way that she blends everything together. Heifer coming next, the young lady has here is one that gives you a nice look up front. She's got some length and extension. To me, she's one that's just too flat and too narrow off either end of her skeleton. I'd like to open her up from a dimension standpoint. Heifer that's got more dimension is coming next, but I'd like to change her structurally. She's too upright in her shoulder, too tight out of her hip. And we work into some cattle here, and next pair of them, I like their body type. When we set them in motion, they're a little quicker in their step. As we work down in the class, just like to make them a little bit prettier from a balance standpoint, add just a notch more true power in them as well.
Second call, Hereford, Class 8. Second call, Hereford, Class 8.
Well, really nice lineup here for our first division. If you would, please put your hands together for these Hereford exhibitors. There's some nice cattle out here. You can tell there's been a lot of work and preparation to come to the Austin Rodeo and Stock Show here. I like these class winners and respected seconds quite a bit. You know, starting with our first class, that was a competitive class. That was a deep class in terms of quality. There was a lot of numbers in that class, and I felt like these two heifers kind of surfaced to the forefront because they offered so much more good in terms of long-term value, offering some look and some presence to them. I have the right kind of body type and functional build, and I think the class winner on that end was one that I like quite a bit. I think that she's wanting to fight the stand a little bit out here, but I tell you what, when she gets pulled together, she's super attractive. She's well built, she's good bodied, she's proportional. That's a nice heifer. The heifers out of our second class, both of them were very practical in terms of their type and kind. The class winner I felt like was so good in terms of her mobility, so smooth in terms of the way that she proportions and transitions in her body type. She's one that's stout featured and heavy boned, just a good solid built kind of a heifer. Not as flashy as some out here, but fairly fault free from that standpoint in the sense that she can get out and travel. She's got that look of function to her. I like her quite a bit as well. The third class pair of heifers out here that represent what we saw in that class. They're the ones that elevated themselves to the forefront for me in terms of having just enough extra look. The heifer that wins that class I thought was so much better in terms of her body type and her basics. Out here, she maybe not quite as flashy, maybe not quite as well balanced as a few of those, but again, I love that center body volume that we see in her. She's sure one that you have to think about from a functional standpoint. And then the last class, just discussed those two. They're a little different in terms of their type and kind, but I like pieces of both of them. And the class winner on that end that's closest to me out here is one that's so good looking. I love her at the stand. She ties high, she blends well, she's good in her body type. You set him in motion, and I wish she was just a little bit better out of her hip. I wish she handled her hock just a little bit better. But those are the differences that I kind of see in them. I don't think that it's that close for my champion out here. In my opinion, I do think it gets close for reserve. I like that Class 1 winner quite a bit. She's going to be your division champion. And on a closer decision, I always side with a little extra function. Young lady with the second class here is going to be reserve.
Final call, Hereford, Class 8. Final call, Hereford, Class 8. First call, Hereford, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Hereford, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Limousin, Class 13. Second call, Limousin, Class 13. And first call, Limousin, Class 14. First call, Limousin, Class 14.
On our Limousin side, our heifer calf champion came out of Class 1, Paisley King, entry 184. And a reserve champion came out of Class 4, also Paisley King, entry 185. Congratulations to our calf and reserve calf champion on our Limousin side. Results in Class 4 of our Hereford Heifers. Hereford and Horn and Pole Hereford, Class 4. First goes to 4559 Leland Green. Second goes to 8559 Hadley Doris. And third goes to 4109 Zeb Murphy. Our calf and reserve calf champion on the Hereford side goes as follows. First, our heifer calf champion comes out of Class 1, Peyton Alexander, entry 9046. And our reserve champion comes out of Class 2, Brighton Maurer, on entry number 3955. Congratulations.
Second call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Second call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Limousin, class 13. Final call, Limousin, class 13. And second call, Limousin, class 14. Second call, Limousin, class 14.
Class 7 on the Limousin side. First goes to 4317 Hannah Wages. Second goes to entry 479 Ruby McLeenan. And third goes to entry 1783 Carter Marburger.
Really nice place to start with this class over here. I like this heifer that wins. I think she's so good in terms of her look. She's a robust bodied kind of a heifer that's really opened up all the way through in terms of power. She's a little tighter in terms of her movement, but at the same time, she's packing so much on there. That's to be expected just a little bit. But in this particular class, she just kind of overwhelms everything in terms of added dimension and still maintaining a quality look from a profile. Nice heifer there to start. Heifer that's going to be in second is one that I like her basics. I think she's one that, again, she matches up high with what you see at her base. There's some width there. There's some power. I like the added dimension that she gives you when you step right in behind her. She's proportional in terms of her body depth. Still gives you a nice look up front. Not quite as flashy or as trendy maybe as the heifer that wins the class, but still I think her pieces are there. I like that heifer too. Heifer is going to be third out here is a good bodied kind of a heifer that's really sound footed. She's one that's a little plainer in terms of her look. She gets a little deeper in her chest. A little more peak at an A-frame there as the analyzer behind her shoulder. Heifer that's going to come next here is another one that I appreciate the extra volume that she has. She's plainer and piecier all the way through. She wants to get kind of dumpy there in terms of her look up front. Rounds just a bit more out of her hip. I think if we could level her up and tuck her chest back in her just a little bit, her functional pieces are right. We just got to make her a notch more attractive. Heifer that's coming next here is one that ties high, and she is good looking up front. She's one that's tighter and more restricted off both ends of her skeleton. I start to question her just a little bit from a genuineness standpoint because she doesn't really handle herself on the go quite as well. Then we round out the class with a pair of heifers that are a little bit similar in terms of their type and kind. I'd like to see more natural body depth in these heifers. I'd like to see them handle their hind leg with a bit more stability.
Results on Class 7 on the Hereford side goes as follows. First goes to 92.95 Lily Liao. Second goes to 85.94 Layla Doris. And third goes to entry 4112 Jace McFree.
Final call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. First call, Hereford, class 13. First call, Hereford, class 13. Final call, Limousin, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Limousin, classes 13 and 14.
Results on our Limousin side, class number 8. First went to 6660 Kennedy Griffin. Second went to 8543 Emily Chappell. And third went to entry 1450 Justin Head. In class 9, we had a single entry. First goes to 824 Kylie Gregory. Congratulations.
Addison Forsberg, please make your way to the arena. Hereford Class 9, Addison Forsberg, please make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, Hereford Class 13. Second call, Hereford Class 13. Justin Head. And Justin Head, Limousin Class 13. Justin Head, Limousin Class 13, please make your way to the arena. Lena Ottmers from Hereford Class 10. Lena Ottmers, please make your way to the arena.
Good class winner over here. A heifer that just kind of overwhelms everything else amongst this class in terms of her power and width. There's a lot of shape to this heifer, yet at the same time, she's proportional. She's correct in terms of her angles. She maybe could be trimmed up just a little bit because when we set them in motion, she gets just a little bit awkward in the way that she handles herself from behind. That's getting nitpicky on one that I thought won in a smoke. The next two, I think, get a little bit close. I think they're a pair of heifers that are similar in the sense that they offer you a good look, and then there's some differences from there. I like the young lady's added femininity that she has to her heifer. It's one that blends just a little bit smoother. I like her look at the stand. I wish she traveled with just a bit more flexibility from behind, but again, I think she's just got so much added presence out here that I keep her in second. The heifer that's going to be in third is a big-bodied, robust-made kind of a heifer. I appreciate that about her. I wanted her to be sounder, so I could justify moving her up, but I don't call her any better out of her hind leg than either of the two heifers that placed ahead of her, but she's soggy built and she's functional from terms of her body type. I like her in third. Young lady's heifer has kept growing on me out here. One that I think is proportional. She's good in terms of her look up front. I like the body type and the hip shape that's represented here. She's a little narrower at her base, a little plainer in the way that she comes to us today, but a nice female. Heifer that's going to come next is one that's really functional in terms of her body type. She's one that I like that added volume that she has, and she's still feminine yet up front. She's plenty moderate. She's got plenty on her from a condition standpoint, and as you step in behind her, she wants to funnel more to her base and flatten there through her lower quarter. Heifer that's coming next is one that I appreciate how high she ties there into her shoulder. She's level out of her hip. She's just a little flatter constructed all the way through. And the young lady that's got the tall heifer here coming out next is one that I appreciate the foot and bone that she's built on. She needs more body depth for me to match up proportionally. And the young man, same can be said about his. I like the length of body that's represented here. Needs more rear rib and flank. We work into some heifers as we sort down through the bottom end of these that just need more center body volume. They need to be a little bit stouter, and a few of these need to be leveled up just a little bit from a balance standpoint. Congratulations.
Our Limousin side, Class 10, first went to 74.46, Breckdois. Second in the class went to entry 11.48, Weston Austin, and third went to 1:53, Hudson Heckler. Congratulations. Next in will be junior champions on our Limousin side. Next in will be for junior champion on our Limousin side.
Hudson Atwood, Limousin Class 14. Hudson Atwood, Limousin Class 14. Please make your way to the arena.
Results of Class 8 on our Hereford side are as followed. First goes to entry 964, Carly Rowe. Second goes to entry 5546, Bailey Dobbs. And third goes to entry 2082, William Tackett. Congratulations.
Final call, Hereford, Class 13. Final call, Hereford, Class 13. First call, Hereford, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Hereford, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Maine, Classes 1 and 2. First call, Maine, Classes 1 and 2.
Well, not as many numbers in this class, but a really good one here to win. I think this is a heifer that, in terms of stoutness and power, boy, you have to recognize what she brings to the class out here. She's opened up. She maintains her base advantage to the top side of her skeleton, yet at the same time, she's the right kind of body shape. It looks like she should at this stage of production, meaning that you see some udder development going on underneath her. She's still attractive, feminine in terms of her look. Nice female to start. Then I think you got some trade-offs. So I like the little ladies here, heifer, that's going to be in second, because I think she just blends so much better from an eye appeal standpoint. She's a little longer neck. She's a little leveler in terms of her spine. She's a little stouter in terms of her feature. Heifer's going to be third out here is one that I can appreciate her functional body type. She's round-ribbed, and she's got some volume to her. She's a little shorter necked. She's a little plainer in terms of her look, and as she goes to the surface, she's a little finer boned and narrower based relative to what else was in the class. If you would, congratulate these exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Good pair of them over here. Young ladies, stouter built one is the one I like to win. I think that she's one that's good at the surface in terms of her flexibility, but aside from that, she's opened up at her skeletal base. She's got some shape up high. I like the added depth that you see through her throughout, yet she's still proportional and attractive. The heifer that's going to be in second out here is another one that, again, she's got some pieces you appreciate in terms of being robust there. She drops out of her spine with some upper curvature. To me, though, she's one that's just a little coarser in the way that she puts it all together, a little tighter in terms of her movement.
Second call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. Second call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. Second call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15. Second call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15. First call, Hereford, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. First call, Hereford, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve.
On our Limousin side, our junior champion goes to our Class 7 winner, Hannah Wages, entry number 4317. Our reserve champion came out of Class 10, Breck Boyce out of 70, and her number was 7446. In Class 13, first went to 1451, Justin Head, and second went to entry 9413, Laney Lancaster. Congratulations to our Limousin exhibitors. Results on Class 10 on a Hereford side, horn and pole. Class 10, first went to 7784 Atlanta Otters Myers, and second went to 8332 JC Garcia. Congratulations. Next stand will be junior champion and reserve junior champion on our Hereford side.
Final call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. Final call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. First call, Maine, classes 3 and 4. First call, Maine, classes 3 and 4.
Class 14 on our Limousin side goes as followed. First goes to entry 178, Hudson Atwood. Second place goes to entry 3130, Wyatt Jacoby. And third goes to entry 5645, Connor Barschich.
Well, another great division here. If you would, please congratulate these exhibitors in our Hereford show on some nice cattle that they've brought through the ring here. I think there's 8 head out here that offer you a lot of quality and a lot of good. There's some differences, yes, and that's what makes it fun as an evaluator, is to get to kind of sort through those. And today I get to share with you my opinion on how I kind of like them. But what's fun about the livestock business is if you own these or you want to own them, you can go on and use them in whatever direction you want to make the next generation better. I think there's several of them out here that lead you a lot of opportunity to do that. Real quickly, a first class winner is one that's so elegant in terms of her look. I love her pattern and just her lines from the side. She's one that blends so correctly, and she's good in terms of her structure. She's long in terms of her neck. She's not as powerful maybe as a couple of them, but I call her more than adequate because I think she's genuine in her width from her chest all the way up to the top side of her skeleton and out through her hip, and yet at the same time she goes to the ground on a big foot. I like that heifer quite a bit. The heifer that wins the second class is one that's so dense and so powerful when you get right in on him. There's a big top and a big hip in this heifer, and I appreciate that. I like to see stout cattle. I like to see ones that have that look of performance and shape. And at the same time, she's super attractive. I like her look up front. You know, if we're going to get nitpicky, does she follow through with as long a step from behind? No, probably not, but I think that there's so much good to this heifer in terms of the density and the power and the extra dimension that she has. Boy, she's one that you have to find out here. And then you go into the next class winner. And I think, that way maybe wasn't as many numbers in those next two classes, but this is a nice functional female. This is one that grabs the surface and moves out with some flex off both ends of her skeleton. She's proportional in terms of her body depth. She's correct in terms of her composition. She's a nice female too. She's not as flashy or maybe as cool looking as a couple of them, but her basic pieces are sure there. And then the last class winner that I just discussed is one that I love her foot size. I love her substance at the surface. She's one that's wide in terms of her base width. She maintains those same advantages up high and out through her hip, yet at the same time, she's good in her body depth. She looks like a brood cow. She's not, again, some of the same sentiments as the class winner right before, maybe not quite as trendy looking, maybe not quite as flashy as the two on the other end, but I like her functional pieces a great deal. So that's what I see in the class winners. I think they're good. If you got a favorite out here, I hope you tell those kids when they exit, because I only get to pick two. Today, my favorites are the young lady out of Class 1. She's going to be your champion, and I like this Class 2 winner to be reserved. Congratulations.
Second call, Maine, classes 3 and 4. Second call, Maine, classes 3 and 4. Second call, Hereford, Calf Division champion. Second call, Hereford, Calf Division champion. Please make your way back to the arena.
Results in our Hereford side, both Polden Horn Juniors, Junior Division Class 7 winner Lily Leal, entry 92-95. Reserve champion came out of Class 8, Carly Rowe, entry 964. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. Senior champions on the Limousin side came out of Class 13. First went to our senior champion is 1451, owned by Justin Head, and our reserve senior champion also came out of Class 14, Hudson Atwood, entry number 178. Currently on our Limousin, we are picking the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Grand and Reserve Grand Champion on our Limousin side.
First call, Red Angus, Class 1. First call, Red Angus, Class 1. Final call, Calf Division champion for the Hereford. Calf Division champion. Please make your way back to the arena.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Once your class is done or you're done showing, you can go request your release from the office. Once you're done showing, you can go request your release from the office, from the show office. Thank you.
Well, another good class over here. Top end, the little guy's got a heifer here that he's going to bring out to be my class winner. I think this is a nice made kind of a heifer in terms of her look and her presence out here. She's good in terms of her body type. She's good at the ground and yet still looks like a female. Nice place to start. You got some give and take from there. The heifer that I'm going to use in second, I appreciate a lot of things about her in the sense that she's good in her feet and legs. She's flexible off both ends. She's still attractive enough up front. I like the udder development that we see going on here. To me, that gives her an extra edge as well. Heifer that's going to be in third is one that she ties high, and she's one that propped up at the stand can give you kind of a cool look. But when we set them in motion, I question her just a little bit because she gets a little tighter and piecier all the way through. I really wish we could make her hinge just a little bit better as she moves out of her hip, let her reach with a little longer stride. Heifer that's going to come next, a big-bodied, robust-built kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate that about her. She's got plenty on her from a condition standpoint, and so that extra in her chest there kind of throws her look off just a little bit. And as we get him out and travel, she gets more hesitant in terms of her movement off both ends. So collectively, that kind of sorted against her, in my opinion. Heifer that's going to round out the class is one that I appreciate her length and extension. To me, she's a bit more tubular in the way that she's put together. And at this stage of production, I'd sure like to see more natural body volume. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Maine Class 2, Addison Wall and Reese Schwab, please make your way to the arena immediately. Maine Class 2, Addison Wall and Reese Schwab, please make your way to the arena immediately. Final call, Maine Class 4. Final call, Maine Class 4. And first call, Maine Class 7. First call, Maine Class 7. Second call, Red Angus, Class 1. Second call, Red Angus, Class 1.
Good class over here. A pair, a female that's already in production that's going to win the class. So flashy and good looking. I like her extra extension or elevation up front. Still good in terms of her body type. Just an attractive maid kind of a female there with a calf at side to win the class. And second is a very practical, good built female as well. I like her extra body. I like the volume that's represented here. Comparatively, she flattens maybe just a little bit more when I get right in behind her. She wants to funnel to her base just a little bit more, but still a real functional maid kind of a female that I appreciate a great deal. Heifer in third is one that's nearing a cabin, and I appreciate that. She's one that's a big bodied. She's robust. She's a little tighter in terms of her movement today. She wants to get a little hesitant out of her hip, a little up in her tail head, and doesn't want to get out and flex quite as good, but still a really nice maid kind of a female. And the one that's going to round out the class is one that's good in her lines. She offers you some length and extension. To me, she's just flatter and narrower all the way through. Got to add just a notch more punch to her to work up in a competitive class.
Grand champion on our Limousin side comes out of Class 7. Hannah Wages, entry 4317. And our reserve grand champion come out of Class 1. Paisley King, entry 184. Congratulations to our Limousin grand and reserve grand champion. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We will not be breaking for lunch. We will go straight through. We will not be taking a lunch break. We will be judging straight through the classes.
Second call, Maine, Class 7. Second call, Maine, Class 7. And Sinette Greer from Maine, Class 4. Sinette Greer from Maine, Class 4. Please make your way to the arena.
Just a single entry over here. Nice female that the young man brings to us. She's one that ties high. She's good in terms of her lines. She's got a big body in her. I appreciate all those things about her. Maybe a little finer bone. Like to see just a shot more true substance and width to this female, but a nice place to land at just a single entry class, but congratulations to him.
Results on our Hereford side, both pole and horn from Class 13. First goes to 7806. Kanan P. Crisp. Second goes to 5953. Cameron Fontenot. And third goes to entry 2996. Kylie Edwards. Class 14 on our horn side first goes to 4716. Mason Roeder. Second place goes to 4713 Holden Roeder, and third place goes to entry 177 Knox Atwood. In Class 15, first goes to a single entry 4488 Milam Henry. Now we will be picking our senior champion and reserve senior champion on our horned and poled side, followed by grand champion. Thank you.
Final call, Red Angus, Class 1. Final call, Red Angus, Class 1. First call, Red Angus, Class 2. First call, Red Angus, Class 2.
Well, nice division over here. Again, if you got an exhibitor in the ring and you're proud of them, would you put your hands together on this Hereford side? A nice set of females. You know, we get into these older divisions, and it's kind of been the same, whether it was on Thursday or today. The numbers drop off just a little bit, but what is impressive is not always is the quality. And I think there's good things to all these females out here. The first class that we had in this division, boy, this is one powerful made, big-bodied, robust kind of a heifer that I appreciate a great deal in the sense that she's got that much with her, yet still maintains advantages when she sets to the surface with flexibility off both ends. She's good out of her hip. You could trim her back just a little at her chest, but again, I think we're getting nitpicky on one that offers you so much good in terms of genuine width and power, yet at the same time still looks feminine and attractive from a profile. Heifer that stood second to her in class was one that's a little closer to Kavin. I appreciate the udder development that she's got. I like the body type that's represented here, and she's square and level in terms of her design. She just gives up a little bit too much in class in terms of shape and power, but she's a heifer that you can sure recognize some quality in. Heifer that wins the second class, a pair of them out here. Boy, talk about one that's attractive. She ties so nice there in the top side of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her lines. I love the elegant look that she gives you from that standpoint. I question her just a little bit in terms of being a little bit too much two-dimensional, because when you get off either end of her skeleton, she wants to narrow up, flatten just a little bit more. If we could just open her up just a tad, I think, boy, she's one that gives you such a cool look. She's already doing her job at the calf side. That's one that's definitely in contention out here. Heifer that stood second to her in class was another one you appreciated her stage and production. She's one that's still good-bodied, and she still looks like a female should up front. She's good in terms of her movement. She's not flashy or as attractive as a couple of them out here. She comes to us a little bit more in her working clothes, but that's okay. I think the basics are there, and you have to recognize that extra quality. And then the single entry that I just talked about out here is one, again, she's got some pieces that you can appreciate. She's maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely out here in this division, but again, I like the added width that she has. I like her levelness of kind. So that's kind of what I see in the difference amongst these out here. To me, there's one that's just a little bit more my speed in terms of hitting me hard. She's highly presented. She looks good. I like the young man out of this first class here to be your division winner, and I like this pair right behind him winning class 2 to be reserved. Congratulations.
Braxton Hunt, Red Angus Class 1. Braxton Hunt, Red Angus Class 1. Please make your way to the arena. Final call, Red Angus Class 2. Final call, Red Angus Class 2. First call, Red Angus Class 3. First call, Red Angus Class 3. Final on 7. Final call, Maine Class 7. Final call, Maine Class 7. And a first call on Maine Class 8. First call, Maine Class 8. And first call, Maine Class 9. First call, Maine Class 9.
Results on our Maine-Anjou side from Class 1. First went to 162, Daniel Sullivan. Second went to 32.27, Layla Houghton. And third went to 39.91, Peyton Johnson. In Class 2, first went to 90.36, Addison Wall. Second went to 47.23, Reese Schwab. Currently on our Hereford side, we're picking Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Hereford Heifer. Results on our Hereford side in our senior champion division. Class 13 went to 78.06. Kanan Crisp and reserve senior champion came out of class 14, 47.16. Mason Roeder. Currently, those heifers are all competing for the grand or reserve grand on our Hereford side.
Second call, Maine, classes 8 and 9. Second call, Maine, classes 8 and 9.
Well, a fun Hereford show we've had over here. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors that we've had on this side of the ring. Really nice classes and divisions, and we bring our division and champion and reserves back out here, and I'm really happy with what we see in terms of quality. You know, not always do you know exactly what you'll get in each class or within each division, and particularly within each breed. You know, as you work through those, you hope you find cattle that you really identify with in terms of their quality, in terms of their merit, and what they have to offer. And I think there's several of these out here that offer you so much good from a breeding standpoint, but then at the same time, they look like elite cattle. They look like ones that were meant to be generators, to ones that look like they're going to have some profitability, ones that have those extras from a show ring standpoint, because that's really why we do this, trying to make them better, trying to make them extra cool, extra unique, and I think there's a few of them out here that really fit that mark. Just to kind of go through and tell you, I'm not going to spend a lot of time re-talking each of these, but I want to kind of share with you what I see in them. This little calf that wins this first division, boy, I tell you what, she is cool. She is one that's made so neat from the profile. I love her extra extension up front. I like the added length that she has there. She's so neat in the way that she ties into the top side of her shoulder, yet at the same time she's appropriate in terms of her condition and still maintains the right kind of body type with a genuineness of width and shape, just a good solid kind of heifer that's unrivaled when we set them in motion, in the sense that she's so good off both ends of her skeleton. I like that calf quite a bit. A heifer that wins the second division is one that you know, that was a stout division, and I like cattle that got something to them. She's the one that's got some width. She's got some power. With that, she maybe is just a little more conventional in terms of her look up front, maybe just a little thicker there at the top of her neck, maybe not quite as flashy and as trendy from that aspect, but you go from her shoulder back, and I love the depth of body that she has. I love the hip shape that's represented there. I like the extra substance of bone that she has, yet at the same time, she's flexible and good in terms of her reach. That's a nice heifer. A heifer that wins the 3rd division. Talked about her a couple times here recently, but again, you know, when you get them to that age and that stage in production, to still be that good looking and still youthful in terms of their appearance, but yet at the same time proportional and right in terms of their body type, one that's still sound in terms of her movement. Yeah, I nitpicked on her in division. I would like to clean up her chest just a little bit. She is carrying maybe just a little bit more on her, and honestly, I'd probably like to see just a tad more udder development on her at this stage of the game as well. But she's a nice heifer. That she's good looking. She's right in terms of her design and her squareness and her levelness of kind, and she's another one that can get out and travel with a length of stride that I like to see. So those are the differences that I see amongst these division winners. I'm going to go out and select a champion. We'll bring in the appropriate reserve from that division and then select another one. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors one more time. That's a nice set of cattle.
And final call, Maine, classes 8 and 9. Final call, Maine, classes 8 and 9. First call, Maine, class 10. First call, Maine, class 10. Final call, Red Angus, class 3. Final call, Red Angus, class 3. And first call, Red Angus, class 4. First call, Red Angus, class 4.
On our Hereford side, our overall champion, Polden Horn, Hereford Heifer, overall champion, comes out of Class 13. Kanan P. Chris, entry 7806. And our reserve grand champion comes out of Class 1, Peyton Alexandria, entry number 9046. Congratulations to our Polden Horn Hereford exhibitors. On our Maine-Anjou side, Class 3 winners as follows. 4239 goes to Grace Tolos. Second goes to 3923, Kaylee Brown. And third goes to entry 7707, Kaylee Locke. In Class 4, 2 entries. First went to 1500, Mia Steele. Second goes to 7443, Sonette Greer. Now we're coming in for our calf and reserve calf champion on our Maine-Anjou side. Calf and reserve calf champion for our Maine-Anjou heifers.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 4. Second call, Red Angus, Class 4. Second call, Maine, Class 10. Second call, Maine, Class 10.
Well, we kick off our Red Angus show over here, and a really nice heifer to win. I like a lot of things about this female in terms of her build, in terms of the way that she gets out and travels off both ends, and still has the right kind of look and freshness and everything from that standpoint to still combine together a lot of good things for me. She kind of wins the class pretty handily, in my opinion. But just as easy as she wins, I think this heifer in second belongs in that second place hole because she's so good in terms of her center body. She's so genuine in terms of her width. She's long and extended from her shoulder forward. She just doesn't blend quite as nicely today as the heifer that placed ahead of her. I think when we fill her in there behind her shoulder, kind of level her out in her top line, and I think with maturity, some of that will come. That's a nice heifer. That's one that definitely's got a bright future to her. My compliments to the young man. He does a nice job getting her shown. The heifer that's going to be third out here is one that's just kind of a basic build kind of a heifer. She lands in that third place hole because of her structural advantages out here for me. She's got some flex off both ends, and I appreciate that. I wish she had more body depth, particularly back there through her rear rib and flank. She needs to be a little bit deeper. Heifer that's going to be next out here is one that I like her at the stand. She's one that's attractive and good looking. When you set her in motion, she's a bit more concerning to me as she's a bit upright off both ends. She's a little tight and restricted in the way that she gets out and moves. Heifer that's coming next is another one that I appreciate her body volume. She too needs to be changed just a little bit in the way that she handles herself from behind. I think you loosen that heifer up, and she's got some practical pieces that you could move up in the class. Heifer coming next is tall, fronted, and extended. She's got a longer step than the heifer we just talked about, but she's plainer in terms of her look, narrower as she goes to her base. The next two heifers, the heifer that's exiting the ring there is a good body kind of heifer that needs more power and stoutness, and the heifer that rounds out the class is one that's got some length and extension. She just needs to be balanced up a little nicer from the side, have just a notch more true body volume.
Results on our Maine-Anjou side, our calf champion came out of Class 3. Grace Tolos, entry number 4239, and our reserve calf champion came out of Class 1, Daniel Sullivan, entry number 162. Congratulations to our Maine-Anjou exhibitors.
Final call, Red Angus, Class 4. Final call, Red Angus, Class 4. First call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8. First call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8.
Results on our Red Angus side, 36 heifers today, Class 1. First goes to entry 6887, Caden Schroeder. Second place goes to entry 8630, Braxton Hunt. And third place goes to 4290, Emma Haynes. Congratulations to our Red Angus breeders.
Another good class here, and another heifer that, in my opinion, kind of wins at the gate. This is one that's so good looking in terms of her pattern and her presence out here. She's just put together so nicely from a profile, and then when you watch them move, she kind of further solidifies herself in that first place spot because she's so good at her angles. She's correct in terms of her stride. I like this heifer quite a bit to win. And then from there, I think you got some give and take. Heifer that to me is just more opened up in terms of her skeletal base, had got just a bit more shape and punch than the heifer that's going to be in third, is what this heifer directly in front of me has. Now, do I wish that she probably blended a little bit smoother? Yeah, she gets just a tick coarse there up through her shoulder. I wish she was just a little bit deeper back there through her rear rib and flank, but I think there's just so much more to her today to go ahead and get the advantage to land in that second place spot. I like the softness and the practicality of the heifer that's going to be in third. She's feminine in terms of her look up front. I appreciate those things. I wish she was more opened up when I get off either end of her skeleton. She wants to narrow too much and funnel more to her base. I think she just needs just a bit more power for me to be able to work up in the class. Another heifer coming next here. It's really feminine and extended through her front end. She just needs more as you get to the top side of her skeleton. She gets a little more A-framed, a little peaked there, flattens a little bit more when you get in behind her. Heifer that's going to round out the class is one that you appreciate, the sense that she's got some depth of body. There's some volume represented here. She gives up a lot today in terms of weight per day of age, and maybe not quite as flashy as some of the others. But again, my compliments to all these young people. Nice class of Red Angus.
Final call, Maine, Class 10. Final call, Maine, Class 10. First call, Maine, Classes 13 and 14. First call, Maine, Classes 13 and 14. Second call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8. Second call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8.
Results in our Red Angus class. Number 2, first place goes to 78.56, Macy Weems. Second place goes to 11.45, Samuel Hardwick. And third place goes to 42.38, Peyton McGee. Congratulations, our Red Angus breeders.
Another good class over here. I like the heifer on top here because I think there's just more to her in some sense than a few of these others, but at the same time, she's attractive, she's well built, she combines a lot of good things from a presence standpoint, and at the same time, when you step in behind them, there's as much true width and dimension in this heifer as we have in any of them in the class. I like her to win. The heifer in second sure paints you a nice picture in a lot of similar ways from a profile aspect. She complements our class winner. I think they're both ones that look like brood females. They got some body volume to them. To me, when you step off either end of her skeleton, though, that's where she kind of finds herself in second for me. She wants to narrow up just a little bit, flatten more there through her hip and quarter. I like the extra feature and the extra density in the heifer that's going to be in third out here, but she's a little plainer in the way that she puts it all together. She's a little shorter in her neck, a little coarser through her shoulder, doesn't quite match up with the same kind of look and eye appeal out here as the pair of heifers that placed ahead of her. Then the heifer that's going to round out the class is one that, again, I like her extra length up front. I like her levelness of pattern, and she's got a lot of good things going for from a design standpoint, but she gives up a lot today in terms of extra power and mass and punch. She just needs more to her to run with some of those others. Nice class.
Results on the Red Angus side, class number 3. First went to 1425, Maddie Henderson. Second place went to 5721, Savannah Grimes. Third place went to 739, Austin Simmons. Congratulations. On our Maine-Anjou side, class 7, first went to 8882, Hadley McCraw. Second goes to 62, interest 62, Persley Murillo. And third went to number 9428, Lauren Krenick. Congratulations.
Second call, Maine, class 13 and 14. Second call, Maine, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Red Angus, class 8. Final call, Red Angus, class 8. And first call, Red Angus, class 10. First call, Red Angus, class 10.
Another nice class winner over here that I like, her practicality. I think she's one that's good in terms of her center body. She's one that's feminine up front. She's good in terms of her movement at the surface. And I think she just kind of finds that first place spot pretty handily. And then from there, I think you got a pair of heifers that differ quite a bit. The one that I like to be second, I think, is just the next most functional. She takes the longer step off both ends. She's a little softer there through the center portion of her body, a little more ladylike up front. Heifer that's going to be third out here has definitely got some advantages in terms of performance. She's a big-footed, heavy bone kind of a heifer that you got to appreciate that about her. To me, she's a little more A-frame, a little flatter in terms of her build all the way through. Doesn't quite hit the ground with as much flexibility off either end.
Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. We will not be stopping for lunch. We will go straight through. We will not be stopping for lunch. We will judge straight through the classes.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 10. Second call, Red Angus, Class 10. Final call, Maine, Class 14. Final call, Maine, Class 14. And first call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
On our red side, our results of Class 4 is followed. 4009, Jesse Smith, second place in the class goes to 2257. J.C. Fillin, and third goes to entry 4911, Eli Sunner. Next in is going to be our Red Angus Calf and Reserve Calf Champion. Red Angus first, Reserve Calf and Reserve Calf Champion is in the ring currently.
Well, really nice first division that we got over here. If you would, please congratulate these exhibitors on their class winners and seconds. Really nice lineup out here. I think that there's several of these that can really make an impact for these young people in terms of their breeding operations. The Class 1 winner is just so good. She's so youthful and so appropriate in terms of her look. She's proportional yet flashy and attractive, and she's so good in terms of her movement. At the ground, she's flexible off both ends, and I love that about her. I think she's got a bright, bright future to her. She's definitely one that would be in contention out here for me. This winner of the second place class is one that's so broody and so good in terms of her center body. You love the look that she gives you in terms of cow power. There's some width and some dimension to this heifer, yet at the same time she goes to the surface appropriately in terms of her angles and her flexibility. Nice heifer there. A heifer that wins Class 3 is one that's so cool up front. I love the way her neck ties high there into her shoulder. She's one that's good bodied from there. You know, sometimes when you get them that tall fronted and tied in that neat, you can get a bit more upright in her shoulder, and that's what's kind of happened here. She does kind of get a little posty up front, maybe doesn't want to reach out with as far a step as a few of these others, but boy, she can give you a cool look. And then the heifer that wins this final class out here was one, she's soft and practical, and she's good built, and that's why she elevated to the forefront of that class, and I think that's still some positives for her out here. She gives up a little bit in terms of substance and dimension, but again, I like the body type that's represented here. She's sure feminine enough in terms of her look. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. If you would, put your hands together one more time for this first division.
Second call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Red Angus Class 10. Second call, Red Angus Class 10. And Bentley and Easton Kuzmich. Bentley and Easton Kuzmich from Red Angus Class 8. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Results on our Red Angus side, our calf champion comes out of Class 2, Macy Weems, entry 7856. Our reserve calf champion comes out of Class 1, Caden Schroeder, entry number 6087. Congratulations on our Red Angus side. On our Maine-Anjou side, Class 8 winner goes to 4931 Area Barnes. Second goes to 9312 Skylar Tor. And third goes to 1499 Cadence Tucker. In Class 9 on the main sides, there is 2 entries. First place goes to 4262 Hagen Bullion. And second goes to 9135 Madeline McCauley. Congratulations.
Well, just a single entry over here, and a nice female, one that you got to appreciate for her body volume and her extra rib shape there that she's got. She's one that gets out and travels well up front. I'd wish she'd followed through from behind with as much reach as she does going out of her front end, because she gets just a little tighter there out of her hip. But a nice heifer here to win the class. Congratulations to her.
On our Red Angus side, there's only 1 entry. First goes to 8664 Reese Church.
First call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. First call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. Have your calf division showed up? Final call, Maine, calf division champion and reserve. Final call, Maine, calf division champion and reserve. Red Angus, Class 8, Bentley and Easton Kuzmich. Bentley and Easton Kuzmich, please make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, Red Angus, classes 13, 14. First call, Red Angus, class 15. Second call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. And first call, Red Angus, class 15.
Well, nice class here, and one of those, I'm married to a judging team coach, so this would be a kind of a typical class I think he'd put together, because you got 4 heifers here that just kind of find their spot. I like the heifer here that wins the class. I think she's one that definitely deserves that first place ribbon, in the sense that she's so good in her build. I like her body type. I like the width and power that she has, and she's so good in terms of her structure. She's just an easy class winner and kind of does so in a smoke. And then I think if you were going to question anything out here, it could be between second and third, because they are some differences. But for me, as you break them down and kind of analyze the true pieces that are there, the heifer in second's just bolder. She's more opened up. There's more look to her up front. I'd like to change the way she travels from behind, but I think all the next 3 heifers could be tweaked just a little bit structurally. Heifer in third is big-bodied. She gives you a nice picture at the stand, but she's a little bit more two-dimensional. She flattens to the center portion of her body and plays out more from behind. And then the heifer that rounds out the class is 1. She's probably a little stouter at her pins, a little wider in terms of her build up high, but she also kind of wants to duck underneath herself. She gets just a bit more insecure in terms of her travel, just a little off balance as well.
Final call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. Second call, Red Angus, class 15. Second call, Red Angus, class 15. Wait.
Well, we just got one out here, and that's too bad because I think this heifer is really good, and she deserves to beat some today because she's so good in the way that she looks from the profile. I like the depth of body that she has and her squareness out through her hip. She's a nice female that's got a lot of positives to her. My congratulations, that young lady.
Results from Class 8 on the Red Angus side. First goes to 86-31, Braxton Hunt. Second goes to 43-48, Grace Halford. And third place goes to 8-48, Cole Roberts. Single entry in Class 10. First place goes to 74-57, Brindley Pick. Congratulations. Next in will be our junior champion and reserve junior champion in the Red Angus division.
Final call, Red Angus, class 15. Final call, Red Angus, class 15.
If you've had a breed champion or reserve breed champion and will be participating in the Supreme Champion later, please bring your bio to the announcer's stand. Please bring your champion and reserve bio to the announcer's stand if you're done showing a breed and reserve breed champion. Thank you.
Some really nice females over here vying for some champion honors within this division. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors. They've worked really hard. There's several of these that you can really appreciate some merit in and some quality, and I'm not going to go through and rediscuss each one of these again because some of these classes were a little bit smaller, and I'm sure there's some people that are getting a little bit tired of hearing me talk. But what I will say is when they come back out here, boy, it's easy. I think there's one that just absolutely dominates in terms of look and presence, still flexible and sound. Young man here out of our second class, he's going to be your division winner. Let's congratulate him. Then for reserve, I think you could, depending on where you lay your priorities, you could kind of make a call for a couple of these. But again, as easy as I think she wins, to me, the next most logical thing within this division is to follow it up with the big heifer here out of the last class. I think that's one good-looking, sound, good-built kind of a heifer that just logically fits into reserve. So congratulations.
First call, Simmental, Class 1. First call, Simmental, Class 1.
Results are your junior champion on your Red Angus side. Junior champion heifer came out of Class 8, Braxton Hunt, entry 86.31. And a reserve champion came out of Class 10, Brindley Pick, out of entry 74.57. Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve junior champion on the Red Angus side.
Well, another good class over here. I like this female to win because she's the most functional and practical one that we have in the ring at the time. I think she's one that's good off both ends of her skeleton. I like the udder development that we're seeing here. She's springing up as well. Good bodied, good looking. Nice place to start. The heifer that's going to be in second, she's already got a calf at side, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, she gets into that second place position because of the two remaining. She's the next truest in terms of her movement. I like her lines. I like her look up front. She just has a bit more quality appearance to me amongst the two that are remaining. Heifer is going to be third out here is a big-bodied kind of a heifer, one that's really robust from that standpoint. She gets a little tighter, more restricted off both ends of her skeleton. I wish we could just loosen her up from her skeletal standpoint, make her reach just a little bit further as she goes. Nice class.
Class 13 on our Red Angus side is as follows. First goes to 7706, Kylie Locke. Second place goes to 1962, Phoenix Steel. And third place goes to entry 41, Kylie Butcher. Congratulations.
First call, Shorthorn, Class 1. First call, Shorthorn, Class 1.
Really a bold made, really good looking kind of female here to win this class. I like the body type. I like the hip structure. I like her flexibility at the ground. Just a really good big heifer here to win that puts a lot of good things together for me. Heifer in second ends up in that second place spot because I like her from a structural standpoint. She's one that's got reach off both ends. She's good in terms of her toe set. She's good in terms of some look and some presence out here. She's got a calf at side, so she's probably a little skinnier than the other two, but that's okay because she's doing her job and she's got some she's got the right kind of body depth to go along with it, and it is in the right condition from my standpoint. Heifer is going to be third out here is one that ties high. She's got some length the front end. To me, she gets a bit more upright in her shoulder. She gets tighter, more strict in the way that she handles herself out of her hip, but I think she's got more to her than the heifer that's going to round out the class. Heifer that's going to be fourth out here is one. I appreciate the bone that she's built on. I like her length the front end. As she moves from her shoulder back, she gets piecier in the way that she's designed. She pops up in that spine, kind of breaks there ahead of her tail head, and as you step in behind the cattle, she's the one that gets narrow and flat and plays out more from that standpoint.
Second call, Simmental, Class 1. Second call, Simmental, Class 1.
Results class 14 on a Red Angus side. First went to 7482, Faith Jackson. Second goes to 2256, J.C. Fillin. And third place went to number 9038, Aiden Wall. Congratulations. Next in, class 15. On our Maine-Anjou side, our junior champion went to Class 10 winner, Brooklyn Golden, entry number 967. Our reserve champion came out of Class 9, Hagen Bullion, entry 462. Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve junior champion.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 1. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 1. And first call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4. Final call, Simmental, Class 1. Final call, Simmental, Class 1. And first call, Simmental, Class 2. First call, Simmental, Class 2.
Well, good class here. I'm going to leave them lined up the way they came in with the pair to win. Young man's got a nice female that he's on the end of there in the sense that her true advantage within this class is she's just so much more compositionally genuine. And I mean that by saying that she's both trimmer in terms of her condition, yet she's also more genuine in terms of her shape when you get in behind her. So collectively, I just like this heifer in terms of her genuineness. She's got some stoutness. I like the body type that's represented here, and I like the calf at side. The heifer that's going to be in second is a big-bodied heifer, one that definitely has some performance. To me, she's just got a bit too much on her from a condition standpoint. I'd like to trim her up in her chest. I'd like to lay her in her shoulder just a little bit better. And I think as we trim her up, when you ask her to lead, she'd get out and travel with just a little bit freer of a stride from behind. But a nice female there to stand second. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors.
Results on a Red Angus side, Class 15. First goes to 58-53, Eliza Machuca. Second place goes to entry 147, Emma Peters. We will now have our senior champion and reserve senior champion on our Red Angus side. On our Maine-Anjou, Class 13 goes as follows. First place goes to 1060, Hadley Howe, and second place goes to 9104, Taylor Eckelberg.
Second call, Simmental, Class 2. Second call, Simmental, Class 2. Second call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4. Second call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4.
Well, another good division here. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors out here. You know, as these cattle mature and they get older, and we expect them, you know, to look certain ways as they get near that next point in production, I think that's impressive to see several of them out here already with a calf at side, and the rest of them are looking like they're supposed to in terms of udder development and looking like females should at this stage. And so my compliments to these young people. Class 1 winner is a nice heifer. She's one that in terms of her structure, I like how she's built at the ground. She's good in terms of her center body. She's not as powerful as some, but that's okay because everything blends right. She's proportional. She's a nice female. The pair that stood second to her in class have some advantages too. That's one that's straight in her lines and extended, could hinge just a little bit better in terms of the way that they move from behind, but that's still a nice female there that stood second. Second place class winner is one that's just so attractive from a profile. I love the look that she gives you out here. She's one that's big-bodied and opened up and still sound at the ground. And the pair that stood second to her in class were ones that were quite good in their own right, in the sense that they are good-looking. That cow's a good-looking female. She ties high. She's extended. She's got a nice calf at side. That was a good class. And then the third place class that we got out here, the pair that wins that class, this is a nice female too, in her sense that she's very attractive. She's level and well built. She's well balanced. She's one that's square out of her hip. She gets a little tighter in her movement as well, and I think if we could just loosen her up just a notch, then it makes it kind of close in some sense. But that's a nice pair that we have there. And the heifer that stood second to her, getting a little close to Calvin. I appreciate her still bringing her to Austin, one that's super big-bodied and opened up, and you have to appreciate that about her. To me, as it sorts down, the champion in this division is rather logical. I like the heifer out of the second place or second class here to win, and then it gets a little bit closer for reserve. To me, as I analyze the structural base and the function behind them, I like this Class 1 winner to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results on the Maine-Anjou side, one entry in Class 14. First went to 7:51, Danielle Nunes. Now coming in will be her senior champion in reserve for Maine-Anjou's. Results on our Red Angus side. Our senior champion goes to entry 7482, Faith Jackson. Our reserve senior champion out of Class 13 goes to 7706, Kylie Locke. Currently on our Red Angus side, we'll be picking our overall Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Red Angus Heifer. Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Red Angus Heifer.
Final call, Shorthorn, classes 2, 3, and 4. Final call, Shorthorn, classes 2, 3, and 4. First call, class 7. First call, Shorthorn, class 7.
Well, really nice Red Angus show. Please show your appreciation to these exhibitors and some high-quality cattle. We'll bring the division winners and their respected reserves back out, and there was a couple of them that were memorable. They stuck in my mind all the way through in terms of being the cattle that I really gravitate towards. And that's not to take anything away from our older division here, because I do think that there's parts both of these from this older division that are quite good. I appreciate that they're nearing that stage in production where they're going to actually have some return for these breeders and these exhibitors. But as we get them back out here, to me, the ones that match up in terms of having more look and more presence and more quality from a show ring aspect are some of the ones more on this end of the ring. And I'm not going to go through and talk about each one a little bit different, but I think that there is some trade-offs. As I evaluate them and get down to it, I think it's close between three of them. I only get to pick two, and as I really study them, I think those two surfaces being the ones that are just a notch more opened up in terms of true width. I like the body type that's represented. I like the feet and legs that they're built on. There's one of them that's just so powerful and so ladylike at the same time. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. If you would, please put your hands together one more time for these exhibitors.
Results on the Red Angus side are Grand Champion Angus female came out of Class 2, Macy Weems, entry 78.56. A Reserve Grand Champion came out of Class 8, Braxton Hunt, entry 86.31. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention in the barns. If you had a breed champion or reserve champion, make sure to bring your champion bio up to the announcer's table. If you had a breed champion or reserve breed champion, make sure to bring your champion bio up to the announcer stand as soon as possible. On the Maine-Anjou side, the senior champion heifer came out of Class 13, Hadley Howe, entry number 1060. The reserve champion heifer is Taylor Eichelberg, number 9104. Now currently in will be your grand champion, Maine-Anjou heifer. Grand and reserve grand champion, Maine-Anjou heifer.
First call, Simmental, Class 3. First call, Simmental, Class 3. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 7. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 7.
Your overall grand champion, Maine-Anjou Heifer, came out of Class 13, Hadley Howe, entry number 1060. Our reserve grand champion came out of Class 3, Gracie Tolis, entry number 4239. Congratulations to our Maine-Anjou exhibitors. If you've got a breed or reserve breed champion, please bring your champion bio to the announcer stand as soon as possible. If you've got a grand or reserve grand champion, please bring your champion's bios to the announcer stand as soon as possible.
Well, as we start up here on our Shorthorn side, a challenging class to work through in the sense that I think there's good to all of these heifers, but at the same token, you're projecting a ways, they're young heifers, and so we're trying to find the combination for elite females out here, and I like this heifer that wins. I think she's the functional one that we have in the drive that still combines a lot of good things, not only in terms of her mobility, but her look and her presence and her body type as well. I think it gets really close from there. The heifer that's going to end up in second, I'll be honest, maybe didn't hit me as hard at the gate, but kept working on me with its time out here, because I think this heifer is so good in terms of her structure. She's so flexible off both ends. She holds the class advantage in terms of her movement out here, and that's what keeps her towards the top. Yes, I'd like to clean up her navel, and I'd like to add more natural body volume in this heifer, but I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that as she continues to get older, her body type's gonna continue to mature and continue to get fuller, but I just really like her structural base, and that's what's gonna keep her in second. Heifer in third out here is one that I like her at a depth. I like her squareness of build. To me, she's one that's just a little plainer in the way that she's assembled up front. She's a little bit flatter as you analyze her all the way through. Heifer that's gonna come next, the blue roan heifer. Nice job, young man. You look pretty sharp out here. But in terms of your heifer, I like her look up front. I like how she ties there to the point of her shoulder. I just would like to change the angles of her structure. She's a bit more upright in her shoulder. She's straighter there out of her hock and in her hind leg. And consequently, when we ask the cattle to go, she's shorter in that step. She's quicker in terms of her movement. You got to question her just a little bit more from a longevity standpoint. Heifer that's going to come next here is another one that I appreciate the added stoutness that she has. She's a big-hipped kind of a heifer, but another one I'd like to change structurally. She also is just a little bit straight off both ends. She also wants to kind of get up in her tail head and break there in her loin just a little bit more. I think if we could make her a little bit sounder, she's got a nice look to her from a profile for sure. Good-bodied heifer coming next that probably is just a bit more flexible off both ends. This heifer, though, is a bit more concerning in the sense that she's pretty peaked there at the top of her shoulder. She flattens out just a little bit more. I need to open this heifer up from a width and dimension standpoint. Roan heifer coming next is big-bodied. She's tall-fronted. She, too, is just a little narrow and flat off either end, and I'd like to change her in the way that her angle is there to her shoulder. Heifer that's going to round out the class. The young man does a nice job getting her shown. She's a stout-hipped kind of a heifer that just needs to be reassembled in the way that she moves out off either end.
Second call, Simmental, Class 3. Second call, Simmental, Class 3. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 7. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 7. First call, Shorthorn, Class 8. First call, Shorthorn, Class 8.
Well, just two in this class, but nice females. I'm going to leave them lined up the way they came in with the more roan heifer to lead the class. I think she's one that just blends so much nicer from her shoulder back into her forerib. She's a bit more attractive and well-balanced when you get off a profile on her, and at the same time, you get behind her and there's more than enough in terms of extra substance. I like the red heifer, too. I think she goes to the ground on a bigger foot. I think she's more extended from her shoulder forward. She's just a little piecier in the way that she puts it all together from there back. She wants to get a bit pinched pinched in her heart and a little easier in her top line. Nice class, though. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Final call, Simmental, Class 3. Final call, Simmental, Class 3. First call, Simmental, Class 4. First call, Simmental, Class 4.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, another good class here. The white heifer is the one that I like to win. I think this is the brood cow you have in the class in the sense that she's opened up in her skeleton. She's good-bodied. She's really high volume. Still looks feminine up front. I like that heifer to win. A little moderate heifer that's coming in second. I like her body type. I like her advantages over the third-place heifer in terms of her angle to her shoulder. She's a little bit longer and more attractive from there forward as well. Just a nice feminine kind of a heifer. Like to change the way she hinges out of her hip and hind leg, and that's what lands her in that second place hole for me. She's just not as fluid in terms of her movement. But the heifer that's going to be in third here, I like her in the sense that she's level-topped and square-hipped. She's one that's kind of flashy in terms of her neck set. To me, it's her structure that I'd like to change just a little bit. She gets a little straighter and steeper off both ends, consequently doesn't really get out and travel with the freedom and flexibility as either of the other two heifers.
Shorthorn, Class 7, Mark Muirhead. Shorthorn, Class 7, Mark Muirhead, please make your way to the arena.
At the conclusion of the Heifer Show, attention in the barn, and conclusion at the Heifer Show, we will take a 30-minute break to set up for Supreme Champion Drive. We will take a 30-minute break to set up for the Supreme Champion Drive at the conclusion of the Heifer Show.
Final call, Simmental, Class 4. Final call, Simmental, Class 4. First call, Simmental, Class 7. First call, Simmental, Class 7.
Well, just one head out here. Young man does a nice job getting this one shown. She's super attractive up front. I love the elevation that she has there at the top of her shoulder and the length that she represents from there forward. And I wish she was maybe just a tad more opened up in terms of width and power, but still a good, really solid made kind of a female here to win the class. My congratulations to him.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 8. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 8. First call, Shorthorn, Class 9. First call, Shorthorn, Class 9.
Results on our Shorthorn show, Class 1. First went to 2181 Dylan Earls. Second place went to 5571 Drake Raby. And third went to entry 4362 Marley Harris. Class 2 on the Shorthorns. First went to entry 3590 Ashlyn Wood. Second went to 1489 Lauren Gates. In our Class 3, our winner was first went to 1488 Lauren Gates, second went to 1484 Kaylee Corley, and third went to 6765 Finley Jones. Currently in on our Shorthorn side, we're going for our calf champion. In Class 4, 601 Blake Bryant was a single entry. Currently in on our Shorthorn side, calf and reserve calf champion. On our Simmental side, Class 1, first went to entry number 3948 McKenna McAvoy. Second place went to entry 4013 Hutton Hawkins. And third place went to entry 6264 Addison Corpus. Congratulations to our Simmental exhibitors.
Well, a nice division that we got over here. All four of these class winners have some merit that you can sure appreciate, and the respected seconds within those classes are also really good cattle. And so my compliments to these exhibitors. Just to kind of briefly make some remarks, I think it gets close between a couple of them out here, and that's not to take anything away from the other cattle that are still in the ring. But I think you got a couple class winners out here that I'll use for champion or reserve that just have so much more to them in terms of true width and dimension, yet at the same time they represent that functional body type combined with a set of running gears underneath them that allow them to have flexibility and reach as they go across the surface and still look like females should. And with that being said, like I mentioned, there's two of them that hit me just a little bit harder as being just a notch more elite, and the ones that really kind of get me excited out here when you're judging show ring cattle and you think about what they represent represent for their breed. I like this white heifer here to be your division winner. We're going to follow it up with Class 1 to be reserved. Congratulations.
Second call, Simmental, Class 7. Second call, Simmental, Class 7. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 9. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 9. First call, Shorthorn, Class 10. First call, Shorthorn, Class 10.
Our calf and reserve calf champion on our Shorthorn side, our calf champion came out of Class 3, entry 1488, Lauren Gates. Our reserve champion came out of Class 1, entry 2181, Dylan Earls. Congratulations to our Shorthorn breeders. On our Simmental side, results of Class 2 are as follows. First went to 55-56, Madison Moore. Second place went to 63-18, Mackenzie DeBerry. And third place went to entry 42-59, Kennedy Asher. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If you had a grand or reserve grand heifer, we need your champion bio at the announcer's table. If you had a grand or reserve grand champion heifer, we need your champion bio at the announcer's table. Currently, we only have 2, so Supreme should go real fast.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 9. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 9. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 10. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 10.
lot of different types and kinds represented in this class. The one I land on that I'm just the most comfortable with is the young man's predominantly red heifer here. I think to me she surfaces towards the front when we ask him to lead, because this is the heifer that's the most correct off both ends of her skeleton, yet at the same time when he pulls her together she can give you a nice look. She's good in terms of her body type, just a nice solid kind of a female to start with. Heifer that's going to be in second really gives you a nice profile. I like how she ties high. I like her added substance of bone. She's one that you get off either end though, and she wants to flatten just a little bit more. And comparatively to our class winner, when we ask him to go, she's maybe just a little bit steeper there in her shoulder, but still I think collectively she offers the next most good and is a bit more compositionally genuine than the heifer that we got coming in third. This heifer in third is good bodied. I appreciate that about her. She's stout out of her hip, all good things, but to me she's carrying just a bit on her in terms of condition, adds to her chest up there, kind of throws her balance off a little bit more, and then when they're set in motion she's just a little bit stilty, doesn't really want to reach quite as good there up front. The heifer that's going to come next here is one that's level in terms of her lines. She's high tying. The young man does a nice job getting her presented out here. She's a bit upright off both ends of her skeleton, up in her shoulder, out of her hock. It just makes her a little more stilty as she tries to get out and move. Heifer that's going to come next here, this dark red heifer, it is one that I appreciate how robust she is there through the center portion of her body. I wish that her chest width kind of matched that, because she kind of wants to funnel there to her base. She flattens more out of her hip, and comparatively she's also one that I'd like to change in the way that she hinges and goes from a structure standpoint. Heifer that's going to go next there is looser in terms of her build. She just needs more body volume for me. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she's a little longer, more extended. She needs balanced up just a little bit better, squared up out of her hip. Nice class.
First call, Simmental, Class 8. First call, Simmental, Class 8. Again, final call, Shorthorn, Classes 9 and 10. Final call, Shorthorn, Classes 9 and 10. Scott Horacefield, Shorthorn Class 9. Scott Horacefield, Shorthorn Class 9. Please make your way to the arena immediately. First call, Shorthorn Classes 13 and 15. First call, Shorthorn Classes 13 and 15.
Class 7 results on our Shorthorn side go as followed. First went to 43-24, Timothy Harmon Deal. Second place went to entry 35-30, Aiden Messler, and third place went to entry 3968, Kate Swain. Congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors.
Final call, Simmental, Class 8. Final call, Simmental, Class 8. First call, Simmental, Classes 13, 14, and 15. First call, Simmental, Classes 13, 14, and 15.
Our updated results in Class 7 are as follows. First goes to 43-24, Timothy Harmon Deal. Second place goes to 39-68, Kate Swain. And third goes to 61-11, Riker Bates. Congratulations. Simmental Heifer results in Class 3. First goes to 55-57, Madison Moore. Second place goes to 40-12, Holden Hawkins. And third place went to 67-54, Evan Baldridge. Congratulations, Simmental breeders.
Well, over here on our Shorthorn side, a lot of differences in this class. And so if you kind of line them up a little bit different, that's okay. I think good cattle can come in different types and kinds, but at the same time, as I break them down, there's things that I'd like to change about all of these just a little bit. I think the heifer here to start with, and I don't like starting off on negatives, but I think if we could change the angle to her shoulder, then it makes it a real logical place to start, because she is just a bit steep and upright for me. But from there back, she's the one that blends the nicest look, the best body type with the most genuine width and stoutness, and she's got the best hip and hind leg that we have in the class, and so that's why I still like her and elect to use her to win the class. Then from there, I think you got some give and take. The heifer that's going to end up in second out here, I like her on the go. I think she's the one that keeps herself as collected and as well balanced when we ask the cattle to lead as any of them do. As we start comparing back and forth, she's not as robust as the heifer that wins the class. She's not as stout and dimensional, and I think that kind of works to her disadvantage. But she too is one that I would like to change just a little bit in the way that she comes out of that front end. So I don't think there's enough of advantage there to go ahead and justify using her over the heifer that I'm going to start the class with. The more loudmouthed roan here that is going to be in third is one that's good in her body type. I like the volume that she has. She's one that's just simply too narrow off either end to work up higher, but I like her basic pieces at the ground and her body type to go ahead and keep her towards the front end of this class. Heifer coming next here is one that's a little bit bigger in terms of her type and kind. She's a big-footed, heavy-bone kind of a heifer, one that gives you a nice look in terms of her lines. She's a little flatter in terms of her construction. Like to open her up to the center portion of her body just a little bit to match up with the shape that you get when you walk in behind her. Heifer that's going to come next here is a tall-fronted, extended made kind of a heifer. She's big-footed and heavy-boned. She just gets just a little bit more tucked up there through her rear rib and flank, throws her off balance just just a little bit more. Like to see more genuine stoutness out of her hip when you step in behind him. The red heifer that's going to go next is another big-bodied kind of a heifer. I appreciate that about her, but she's kind of fine-boned, and when she goes on the lead, she's pretty tight and restricted off both ends as well. White heifer leaving us here that's long and extended. She's not as flashy. She's not as big-bodied as some, but she's got some basic pieces. The other white heifer is probably a bit more robust through her center body. She needs balanced up just a little bit better for me. The red heifer that's leaving is stout and powerful. She needs to be changed from a structural perspective, as does the heifer directly behind her. I'd like to see both of those cattle move with just a bit more flexibility. And then the white heifer that's going to round out the class, she's got a long, cute neck on her that ties high, but she gives up a lot in terms of power and performance today. A good class here. I like both of these heifers on the top end, but for different reasons. The white heifer that I'm going to use to start with, I think is just so good in terms of her center body. She's so deep. I love the volume that she has. I like how she transitions back into a stout hip. She's one that's, when the young lady gets her propped up and presented, boy, she can give you an awfully nice look. My question are just a little bit, though, in terms of how genuine she really is, because when the cattle are on the go, she starts getting a little more piecey. She starts kind of falling apart there out of her shoulder. She starts to kind of duck underneath herself just a little bit, but that's a good showman on the end of that heifer because she knows what she's doing. She gets her propped up and looking the part there at the stand. Heifer that's going to be in second has an advantage, I feel like, at the ground because she's the flexible one off both ends, and I appreciate that about her. She's not as robust through her center body. She's not as opened up in terms of her rib cage. She doesn't have as much power when I get right in behind her, and that's the differences, but she's sure good in terms of her structure and definitely has a class advantage in that area. Heifer that's going to come next here, she's a big-footed, heavy bone kind of a heifer, one that I wish was just a little bit different there through the center portion as she gets a little flatter, a little more tucked up in her flank, isn't as proportional from that standpoint to give you as nice a bounced look from the outside. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she is probably a little bit deeper, a little higher volume than the heifer I just talked about. Just like to reconstruct her just a little bit in the way that she handles herself out of her hip. She's off just a little bit there. She's also carrying just a little bit more on her, which makes her deeper in her chest, kind of throws her look off just a little bit for me.
Results in our Simmental Show Class 4 are as followed. First went to 1498, Candace Tucker. Second place went to 2396, Granger Schubert. Third place went to entry 3875, Caleb Kurlick. And fourth place went to 5753, Alan Perry. Results from Class 8 on our Shorthorn side. 54-38. Cora Lindgren, first place. Second place went to second in class went to 987, Aubrey Kano. Third place went to 6671, Chloe J. Morris. Congratulations.
Well, another class here. Again, some differences represented, but the one that I come back to in terms of just combining so much more from a look standpoint, from a presence aspect, and then still coupling that with a nice set of running gears underneath her. It's a young lady here in the pink. I think this is the heifer that just balances up the nicest for me, offers you the most look quality. Then from there, the heifer that's going to end up second for me, she's got a slight advantage over the heifer that's going to be in third because I think she's a little better back there through a rear ribbon flank. I think she's just naturally a little bit stouter all the way through, and that gives her an edge in my opinion. Everett's going to be third in this particular class is one that I appreciate her lines and her levelness of kind. She gets a little tighter, more restricted in terms of her movement off both ends, a little flatter in terms of her general construction.
Second call, Simmental, classes 13, 14, and 15. Second call, Simmental, classes 13, 14, and 15.
Nice division over here. If you would, put your hands together for these Shorthorn exhibitors. A lot of differences that were represented within this division, and you can still see that out here in this division, that there's different types of cattle. There's ones that are maybe a little softer, there's ones that are a little stouter, ones that are a little bit trendier looking, and ones that are probably a little more flexible. And so those are kind of the differences, and that's okay. You know, sometimes as an evaluator, not every class is going to show up the exact same, but that keeps life exciting, that keeps us working at our job here. And as I bring these back out within our different respected classes and the seconds that stood behind them, I think it gets down to a couple of them that just put together some good for me in terms of their basics, in terms of their build. They're not perfect, but that's okay. I have yet to see a female that is, but I think as I truly break them down and find the one that suits me the best in terms of combining some look and some presence with extra rib and stoutness, the one that I keep coming back to, young lady out of our second class, is going to be your division winner. Congratulations. It gets a little closer for reserve. I'll be honest. I think there's a couple of them out here that have some good to them that I really appreciate, but then a couple things maybe I'd like to change. And I kind of mentioned that within their classes, but just to kind of tell you where I'm at. Young man out of class 1, I like the basics of your heifer. I like her body type. I like her flexibility at the ground. She's a little lower fronted. She's a little plainer from that standpoint. And when you get in behind her, there's times she wants to kind of push that hock out just a little bit. And so there's some little things that you'd tweak this way or that way just to make her that much better. But I do like her body type, and I like that extra volume that she has. The heifer that stood second to our champion in class is one that gives you a nice look. She's elevated and extended. She doesn't match up out here in this lineup with quite as much power and width as the heifers on either side of her, but still she's an attractive made kind of a female, and I like that about her. The white heifer is one that's bold and robust in terms of her center body. She's cracked apart at her base, and she's got some dimension up high. She's just a little bit piecey on the go. I mentioned in class, the young lady does a great job getting her set and poised and propped up there with the stick, but when you ask the cattle to lead, she kind of shows her true colors and kind of breaks just a little bit there in her top line, gets just a little bit off behind her shoulder. But when she gets her set like that, boy, she gives you an awesome look. Love the body type, love the extra set of soundness that she's built on as well. And the heifer out of our last class was one that, again, has some basic pieces you sure appreciate in terms of combining some look and some body and some shape. Maybe not quite as flashy as a couple of them, but the solid pieces are there. I like her too. I think it gets closer for reserve. The one that maybe is just a little bit trendier in terms of her kind, maybe just a little bit flashier, fix her in a couple areas, and I like this white heifer quite a bit. Congratulations.
Results in the Simmental side. Our calf champion was out of Class 2, 55-56, Madison Moore. And our reserve calf champion is out of Class 3, 67-54, also Madison Moore. Congratulations. On our Shorthorn side, results of Class 9. First went to 66-86, Avery Mickenvale. Second place went to 55-70, Max Rabe. Third went to 55-29, Easton Messler. Congratulations. Class 10 on our Shorthorn side went as followed. 39-69, Kate Swain, first place. Second place went to entry 69-41, Kinsley Thomas. And third place went to 1972nd, Zachary Worcham. Our junior champion and reserve junior champion Shorthorn, Class 8 winner, 54-38, Cora Lindgren. And our reserve champion came out of Class 9, 66-86, Avery McVale. Congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors.
Final call, Simmental, Class 13. Final call, Simmental, Class 13. Mackenzie DeBerry, please make your way to the arena. Mackenzie DeBerry, Simmental, Class 13.
Results in Class 7 on the Simmental side are as followed. First went to 465, Shay Sigmund. Second went to entry 67-52, Judson Voigt. Third went to entry 78-38, Caden Cooper. Congratulations, our Simmental breeders. Attention in the barn, if you had the champion or reserve champion, you need to get your bios to the announcer's desk. If you had a champion or reserve division champion and want to participate in the Supreme Champion Drive, you need to get your bios to the announcer's table immediately.
Pretty cool class winner here on our Shorthorn side. A young lady has one that just gives you an awesome look from the outside. And then you get in on her, and she's got so much width and power. And at the same time, she's one of the soundest footed, best structured heifers that we've had through the ring in this particular breed. Just a really good kind of a female here to win this class. Heifer that's going to end up in second. I like her body type. I like her look of function from that standpoint. She's wanting to fight the lead just a little bit, but her angles are right. One that could be changed just a little bit from a composition aspect. She's got a little bit on her. She's got a little bit of a chest. She's got some pones when you get back in behind her. I think if we could trim her up just a little bit, she's made a lot like the class winner in terms of her function, just maybe not those extra wow pieces and a little extra condition as well. Heifer that's going to be in third out here, another one that I like, her robust center. I think she's one that gives you that look of brood cow utility. Aside from that, though, she gets pretty bold in terms of her shoulder. She's a little rounder out of her hip and kind of gets underneath herself on the go. The darker roan heifer that we got coming next here is one. I appreciate her udder development. I like the look that she gives you up front. She wants to pop up in that tail head just a little bit, and at the same time, she's just a little off balance on the go and gets a bit stiltier off both ends. I think if we could reconstruct her from a structure standpoint, I think she's one that could sure move up within this class. And then the heifer that's going to round out the drive is one that ties high into her shoulder. She's long and extended. To me, she just needs more natural body depth and volume to go ahead and compete within this class.
Simmental, Class 13, Mackenzie DeBerry. Simmental, Class 13, Mackenzie DeBerry. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Results on our Shorthorn side, Class 13. First went to Casey Collins. Second place went to 6943 Chloe Thomas. Third went to 6112 Riker Bates. Congratulations.
Pair of them over here, and I like the roan heifer. I think she's one that sure gives you a feminine look. She's good in terms of her center body dimension. I like the udder development and the teat structure that we see on this particular female, and yet she goes to the ground with a big foot and some bone. Just a nice place to start. The white heifer, I appreciate her in terms of her genuineness and her width. She's got some width up high. She's got some width at her base. I'd like to maybe reconstruct her just a little bit from a balance standpoint. She gets a little coarse in her shoulder, a little short in her neck, just a little deeper in her chest.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Results on the Shorthorn side, Class 15. First went to 1485 Kaylee Corley, excuse me. Second place went to 1296 Shelby Jacobs. Congratulations. Currently in the ring on our Shorthorn side will be champion and reserve senior champion heifer. Champion and reserve senior champion heifer. On our Simmental side, Class 8 goes as follows. 9802, Katie Davis is first. Second place goes to 141, Paul Logan. And third place goes to 5939, Chloe Tompkins. Next in will be our junior champion, Simmental Heifers.
Well, it's our final division here, so if you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors out here. We have some nice heifers that are still represented here at an older age within the Shorthorn breed. As they come back out, I'm not going to sit here and discuss all the minute differences between these two, because to be honest with you, there's one that ought to just hit you like a ton of bricks in terms of just having so much more quality, so much more look and presence and eye appeal. This heifer out of the first class in this division is the logical place to start. She's your division winner. Congratulations to her. But I do think that there's some differences that you can discuss for reserve. I think the heifer that stood second to her is one big-bodied kind of a heifer, one that's robust from that standpoint. She's functional at the ground. I'd like to tweak her in a couple areas. I'd like to clean her up in terms of her composition, tuck that chest back in her just a little bit, make her just blend a little better from her shoulder into her forerib, and then aside from that, I think she's a functional, good-built kind of a heifer. And then the heifer that wins that second class, a lot of the same sentiments there. Big-bodied, square-made, extended. She too could be trimmed up just a little bit. And so I think you call that a wash. And to me, when I get down and I analyze the other pieces that are there, the one that's more flexible, the one that's more opened up, stood second to our champion in class. Congratulations to her.
Updated results in Class A to Simmentals. First went to Katie Davis. Second place went to 539 Chloe Thompson, and third place went to 5650 Presley Chabert. Congratulations. Our senior champion and reserve senior champion on our Shorthorn side. Champion is 96-95 J.C. Collins out of Class 13. And our reserve champion also came out of Class 13, 69-43 Chloe Thomas. Congratulations. Now in on our Shorthorn side, we'll be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn heifer. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. If you've had grand or reserve grand champion, please get your champion bio to the announcer stand immediately. If you had champion or reserve champion and you want the opportunity to show for supreme champion, please get your champion bios to the announcer's table immediately. Thank you.
Well, a really nice Shorthorn show here we've had today. If you would, put your hands together for those exhibitors both in the ring and those that have already exited. There's been some nice cattle that have come through here and landed on these six as the ones within their respective divisions that kind of brought just a little bit more to the show today in terms of quality, in terms of look and presence and added appeal. And I think as I go back through them, from early on within our first division, I think they're cattle that are functional. They're cattle that still have some attractiveness. All the way through our middle division, I think that was one that really sorted itself in terms of added look and some structural differences and some design differences. And our last division was one that really just kind of sorted itself in terms of basic merit, look from the outside, extra presence and eye appeal. And these three division winners fit in this lineup really nicely out here. I like things about the division reserves too. I think there's parts of each of those females that have some merit, and these young exhibitors can use that to breed around and make some stuff better. But for me, there's two of them that really stick out as being just next tier level in terms of extra quality, extra look, and extra my kind, I guess you would say, putting together so many positives in one kind of a package, and then those elite extras on top of it. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve. Please put your hands together one more time for these exhibitors.
First call, ORB Class 1. First call, ORB Class 1.
Results of our Shorthorn show. On the west side of the ring, our grand champion, Heifer, came out of Class 13, 96-95, J.C. Collins. And our reserve grand champion, Class 13. Our reserve grand champion came out of Class 3, 1488, Lauren Gates. Congratulations to our Shorthorn breeders. Just a reminder, if you've had champion or reserve in a breed division, please bring your champion bios to the announcer's table. Please bring your champion bios to the announcer's table. We will take a 30-minute break after the conclusion of the ORB show to flip the ring for our Supreme Drive.